Good morning to all. Thank you for joining us for the inaugural edition of Schneider Electric presents Green Power Summit supported by Construction Week. Construction Week Online is the digital destination for construction professionals in India. The site includes very latest news, analysis, and comments from our team of expert journalists, accurate and up-to-date industry data and contacts, and a whole host of exciting new business opportunities in the form of relevant tenders, project announcement, classified ads, and industry jobs. So whether you are looking to learn about industry statistics, pursue in-depth investigations and project updates, source relevant industry contacts, or buy new equipment, ConstructionWeekOnline.in has the content and tailored digital tools for you. ITP Media India, through its stronghold of more than 1 million readership, brings you the first of its kind initiative and foray into the power sector, which is one of the most crucial lifelines of India. Through the stakeholders, through the summit, understand the latest and emerging trends in renewable energy by listening to the stakeholders and obtaining a first-hand review of green energy's performance. I take this opportunity to welcome Vibhor Srivastava, Managing Director, ITP Media India, to kickstart the event.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I warmly welcome you on behalf of ITP Media to Schneider Electric Presents Green Power Summit supported by Construction Week. There could be a more opportune time for having this summit, an initiative which is talking about merging technology with green energy. India is one of the biggest consumers of electricity in the world and simultaneously the third biggest producer of renewable energy too, which I feel is something we need to pat our backs on. We do present an excellent opportunity to the world, catering to their renewable energy needs and at the same time giving an option of affordable technology solutions, looking at the startups and talent pool we have amassed over a period of time and acting as an enabler for the betterment of our planet. Apart from setting the target of producing 450 gigawatt of renewable energy by 2030, India has become a hotbed for foreign investment from the year 2014 alone, and have seen investment to the tune of $42 billion pumping into the renewable energy sector, which itself is a mammoth achievement. This all can be attributed to the stellar vision a nation has, and also a nation leader who's completely dedicated to make India a renewable energy hub. While looking at the positive side, we cannot ignore the constraints or challenges this sector particularly faces, which are acting as a hindrance to its growth. Few challenges like installation cost, payment worries from discoms, oversupply, etc. are piling on the renewable energy producer, due to which there's a lot of unrest among the sector. Renewable, although an extremely cheaper and sustainable way of energy, has its own pros and cons, and given the climate change scenario which we are facing day on day, it has led to the way go ahead. However, it needs careful planning and execution, and most importantly, a strong government support which will ensure that India is the pedestal of being global leader in clean and green energy. Today, we shall discuss critical issues like making green power affordable, financing clean energy through sustainable technologies, way to boost net zero emissions, along with standalone present sessions from industry stalwarts and leaders. I would like to once again wholeheartedly thank all our speakers, industry stalwarts, participants, partners, presenting partners, Schneider Electric, data analytic partner, Refinitiv, and environment partner, EKI Energy Services Limited, and green energy enablers who have joined the summit to seek ways to be updated on new findings and renewable energy and understand the challenges in keeping our planet safe and going. I'm sure the deliberation will be extremely insightful to you and wish you have an enriching experience today. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. And I'm sure, like me, you will also devour the session because we have put together an incredible day of great content. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vibhor. With this, now I welcome our guest of honor, Ashish Khanna, President, Tata Power, to address our audience.
I heartily welcome you on this new initiative of a Green Power Summit. I think it's a very apt time where we are speaking about green power rather than any other power source of energy. I think it is also an apt time that after going through this pandemic, we all should put our heads together to see how we are going to take this planet forward. It is important for us to meet the energy requirements and the needs of this humanity, but in the same process, it's also important for us to preserve our planet. One thing which has become an intense source of discussion and to some extent apprehension as well as discomfort for many is the way this climate change is coming on us. These aspects of climate change, which are resulting into unprecedented floods and many other aspects from the environment which humans are not used to in the last 50 years, are being attributed to this carbon emissions. And the major source of this carbon emissions and destroying our environment and the ozone layer has been attributed to CO2. When we talk of green power, I think we should take all sources of energy holistically. When we are looking at the sources of energy, it is not only renewables, but the other sources of energies too. And how one source of energy can help in a particular area. I think now we have a technology where we not only look at the source of energy, but also look at what is the most optimum requirement which can be fulfilled by this most optimum source of energy, which in the same sense is friendly to the environment rather than destroying the same. The way that technology has changed us, not only in all our sphere of life, but also in the way the energy is produced, is phenomenal in the last 2 decades. It not only helped us to have more effective and efficient products which we can utilize, but the cost of these products and the cost of sourcing the energy, and more importantly, the cost of energy has also gone dramatically low. If I look back, till around 10 years back, this overall cost of energy coming from solar or wind was phenomenally high. We have come across more than 90% reduction in the cost of solar prices. 1/3 is the cost of a wind energy, and even the cost of batteries has been reduced by 85% in the last 1 decade. All of this has come from an immense investment in technology and its usage. Today, we have the opportunities and options available with us for a 24/7 power, which is completely friendly to the environment. And this is not only for a small house or a farmhouse, let me say it. It is possible now to feed the cities, the villages, and the whole countries from these sources of power. I think the optimum use of how we join these energies together, we assimilate these energies and take advantage of when they are produced most, is the next level, which is going to give us a RTC, as we call it, round the clock renewable power. We have the hybrids of solar with wind, coupled with pumped storage or hydropower or battery storage, which can give us this energy which is required by us and is always increasing. If you look at it, India at a current level is just 1/6 of the world average as well as the power consumption is required. We are 1/12 of the advanced countries. We have already reached more than 2 trillion economy and are going to reach another 5 trillion in a very short time. And energy and power will play a very important role in achieving that milestone and even progressing further. In a nutshell, our energy requirements are increasing. In a nutshell, what has helped the world in the past as well as providing energy is concerned is not the most optimum solution for future. However, having said that, the best part about this technology infusion is that whenever you enter in the field, you're never late. We have seen in India itself, in the last 5 years, we have 7x growth as well as the solar power installation in this country is concerned. From hardly being 4 to 5 gigawatt, we have today reached 30 gigawatt. We are about to reach 100 gigawatt of renewable energy, which is predominantly coming from solar and wind in this country itself. And all of this has happened in the last few years. There is a mandate and there is an intent to achieve 450 gigawatt of renewable energy by the end of this decade. It's a phenomenal stride, but it is also a testimony of the fact that this country can do a lot more than what others believe we are capable of. This infusion of renewable energy was predominantly helped by very low cost of panels and even wind turbines. Today, we have seen tariffs which are 1/3 or 1/4 of any other fossil fuel tariffs which are available in the market. Today, we have also seen across and have witnessed that these tariffs are fixed for 25 years. There is no variability out there. And that's the best part. While the rupee will depreciate, the net present value of all what is available today will reduce. But for the next 25 years, there are agreements, as we call a power purchase agreements, which have been signed at hardly in US terms 3 cents or 4 cents. So we are going to take full advantage of this abundance in renewable energy which India is blessed with. Let's not forget the fact that India as a country has a potential of more than 1,000 gigawatt of renewable energy itself. We are blessed with wind, we are blessed with solar, we are blessed with river waters too, which can be utilized for hydros as well as pump storage. I think when we will invest in battery storage, we will have a very great combination of all of these. We are also capable of providing energy through rooftops. In the last few years, we have come across various examples where by installing rooftops or microgrid, we are saving the cost of putting a whole grid for a village or a town or a house. I think the best part here is that we, even though coming late, have realized the full potential of harnessing this energy. Important factor here now is that do we accelerate this growth or we just take pride of what we have achieved? I think it is very important for us now to go for the next stride. We have in this country a huge resource which is called the manpower, and we have exploited it fully for our needs as well as for outside the country needs in an industry which is very advanced, which I call IT. I personally believe that renewable energy will be the next IT. With the number of engineers which are currently available and will always be available in future within this country, I think we will have a very potent combination of individual intelligence coupled with the right intent and values, and then creating an infrastructure which is not only good for this planet, for this country, but is also sustainable for many decades. I think the important factor is not only installation of these projects. Important factor is also harnessing the maximum from what we are installing. And there also technology plays a very important role. In this current world of drones, in this current world of security systems, in this current world of operating and maintaining from off-sites in this current world where most of us has effectively worked from home rather than in offices. We have everything which is required to make this whole renewable green power most advanced technology-driven power. I think with this infusion of technology on operations, infusion of technology on execution, infusion of technology for preparing and manufacturing high efficient panels and wind turbines, infusion of technology for more efficient pump storage system, we would be able to leap forward, and not only leap forward in a competition with others, but far ahead of others in deployment and maximum utilization of this renewable energy. This is also bringing a great opportunity for us. What we have achieved in this country, we can export out. We have seen in IT segment how well India is today positioned. And I think it is but natural for us to take the same position in deploying these renewable power assets outside this country and then operating and maintaining them even from off-sites with the current technologies available and the future technologies which we are investing in from India itself. I think it's a great model not only for us to achieve what we intend for our own country, but also save millions of dollars of fossil fuel in the form of crude or oil, which we import, and rather than that, earn millions and billions of dollars in exporting our services and our products, which will generate the green power for the rest of the world too. I think it is also important for us to invest in manufacturing and R&D. We don't have a culture in our country for investing in R&D, but we have to change it now. We have to invest in the research and development on these new technologies, which will bring the right solution for the right need. We don't need to have the same product. We don't need to have the same panel. We don't need to have the same WTGs for all our users. We can invest in those products which are most suitable for a country like us and then export it too. In the last 1 decade, we have not invested a lot on our manufacturing, but there has been a great incentives now being provided by the government to enhance and create a holistic interest in this manufacturing of our products. In my view, this investment should not solely be on just manufacturing and competition, but should be for the futuristic products so that we are again ahead of the curve from other countries which have a culture and have a cost which is much more less than us. So our niche should be investments in those technologies which will bring us ahead of the curve and then operating and maintaining those particular assets with our own resources. I think it is also important for us at the current level to look at that with this newer and newer technologies which are coming, what are we trying to achieve? Are we just competing or we are serving a purpose? It's a Green Power Summit, but more importantly, power comes under a segment or a sector of infrastructure. I think it is very important that we take our society along with us. We take our communities along with us. When we are investing in these projects, it should help the community, not only from their output of a green power, but more importantly, upgrading and raising the standard of the communities around them. I think it is important that these projects comes in various sizes. There are small as 5 megawatts, and they are as big as 500 megawatt at one place or even 5 gigawatt now at one place. I think it's a great opportunity for a country like us to raise the standard of education, the standard of living, and the communities around these areas where these projects are situated should be incentivized and trained so that we have an inclusive development rather than these migrations which we come across now, which is a model of our development. I think it is also important that we don't limit it only for the large projects or rooftop, but should also propagate these thoughts and solutions of solarized pumps for our agriculture segment. We have come across now various examples where these solarized pumps have come out to be a much better option than the grid connected pumps. Even though the grid cost today, or a grid price, let me say, for those farmers is free at many states, overall basis, someone is paying that price. And that power is also very irregular. Wherever we have come across with these solarized pumps, we have realized that it not only helps the farmer to have a better yield because the power comes during the daytime, but is also helping the water table in that particular area. I think we need to look at this holistically. There is a great opportunity from an infrastructure segment and a sector to consider this green power resources as an area where the investment will pay on a long-term basis, but will help not only the community but the business too. It's a win-win for everyone. The only challenge we have is that sometimes we shortage, and many times we have a very narrow view on the whole business. It's a time where we should not look at green power as a source of energy which is against any other source of power. It's time that we look at this green power in a manner where by more and more generation of these renewable sources of power, we are going to create an opportunity of employment, an opportunity of a business, and an opportunity of raising the standard of living in this country. And in the same process, then take our technology, our resources, our experience, and our expertise outside this country. I wish ITP Media good luck. It is a great initiative they have taken. And I am very confident that the discussions which will follow in this summit will really help us to recalibrate and rethink and then take this country forward through this green power. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Khanna, for this wonderful session. Our next speaker, Anil Kadam, has over 19 years of experience in solution architecting, technical marketing, pre-sales of smart city and smart grid utility automation systems. He is currently working on end-to-end smart city solution architecture and strategy profiling, typology of city, stakeholders, city organization, current infrastructure on energy, water, buildings, transportation, public services, communication, available assets, data, and services. I welcome Anil Kadam, Director, EcoStructure and Cybersecurity, Schneider Electric, to share his expertise on enabling a sustainable green digital platform.
Is full of people telling you who to believe they are. Well, we thought we'd tell you who we're not. Let's start here. We're not in shipping. We don't make lifts. Seriously, no lifts. We do this. We're good at this. And we make all of these. And even though you'll find us here and here, we don't make energy. We make you save it. And you'll be saving the environment too. Are we an internet company? Well, we connect and power just about everything around you, helping machines talk to each other and to you, making your world more personal. We're seeking out the big questions and answering them honestly. Like, how can we make the most of our energy and resources? Or can we make access to energy and digital basic human rights? We're real people, Employees, developers, partners, investors, and inventors, all passionate about doing what's right. We're open. Humans of all sorts from all over, learning from each other and about each other. We're not here to save the world. It'll go on with or without us. We're here to help power and connect what you do every day, to ensure life is on everywhere, for everyone, at every moment.
Thank you very much. Thanks for this introduction. So today my topic is how will we enable a green digital platform for all the new renewable challenge India is taking up. Now, so very proud to share that Schneider Electric is #1 most sustainable company in the world. We have a prestigious award towards that. My theme of today's discussion will be how data is the new gold for renewable companies. How does digital twin support renewable operators to unlock value, improve efficiency, achieve operational excellence, and managing the entire asset life cycle. So a few things before, which is happening as we speak. Digital is disrupting everywhere, and efficiency and sustainability is the topic of discussion everywhere. So Internet of Things is going to be reaching 3 times the size of what it is and what it was in 2018 and by 2025. And the way we are going to manage the data, the big data, is going to be proliferating 5 times. So we are talking of 33 zettabytes of data today, growing to 175 zettabytes by 2025, just 4 years or 5 years down the line. And AI, the way we are using, it's going to be 6 times more, usage in terms of cognitive and AI systems. So data is the real king, and how do we manage data for efficiency and sustainability is the next action. And it is very much important in renewable sector also. Now, we all know, I need not tell you guys, solar and wind is going to be powering the entire world, or majority of the world going further by 2050. And sustainability is a very important topic. So how do we manage renewable and decentralized power will be a big topic going further from wherever we are, So Schneider Electric has expertise and has immense experience in building renewable plants, be it solar, be it wind. In solar, you see this picture, this particular slide shows you various presence of Schneider. Schneider is in the evacuation of power, basically the grid power with all sorts of equipments, the transformers, the switch gears, the relays, the breakers and whatnot, the meters. Then it is in the collection of the power from all the solar panels in the secondary distribution system, and it is in the LV systems to manage the power, and it is in all sorts of automation to manage. Now this is business as usual, this is normal. So what do we do beyond establishing a solar power plant from inception is what we're going to see, and how it brings in more and more productivity and efficiency improvement. So is with wind. Schneider manages a lot of equipment inside a wind turbine, specializes in collecting power from every turbines and bringing it efficiently and connecting it to the grid. So many solutions of Schneider is available as far as wind turbines and wind farms are concerned. Like main power circuits, control of turbines inside the turbines using our PLCs and our displays and our controllers or UPS systems, auxiliary circuits, having our drives are powering many of the motors inside the turbine, and so on and so forth. So we specialize in making the entire wind turbine. With that gold mine of knowledge of completely making a solar farm grounds up, making a wind farm grounds up, we have come to an idea of how important the data is, because we generate data in every component of a farm and we know how to use that farm. Now let's quickly look at it. What are the challenges of a renewable industry, in the power space or power sector? For any IPP, let's take an example of an IPP who's running a renewable farm. Now the capital cost and time to market is very big for him. Almost 70% of levelized cost of energy relates to the first installation cost. And there is growing constraints from grid operators, which is getting imposed on an IPP. What is the second challenge he or she is facing is O&M efficiency, operations and maintenance efficiency. Okay. So in operations and maintenance efficiency, there is 60% of the OPEX cost is actually related to managing your farms. And then the third is in the operational phase of the farm, A lot of inefficiencies or unforeseen outages reduce their productivity. So how do we optimize production or increase maximum production during high wind period or during high irradiation time? So this is what is the main challenge of a renewable IPP or integration to the grid. So what does Schneider Electric bring as a value? We have two phases for a renewable IPP. One is design and build phase, another is the operate and maintain phase. In the design and build phase, we help the IPPs or the complete infrastructure owner to reduce time to market and help in cost reduction in design and engineering. We'll see how we do that. That's a very, very tremendous gain. So we saw that maximum chunk of budget is in the initial phase. Second is we help the IPPs, the independent power producers or the power systems to comply perfectly to the grid code and reduce cyber risk. When I say grid code, how do you maintain the frequency? How do you maintain the committed, the unit commitments? How do you avoid the penalties because of the voltage variation or flexibility induced by the IPP side? That's on the design and build phase. On the operate and maintain phase, we improve electrical systems and asset reliability and safety. So safety to people and safety to equipment and reliability, because of which your downtime will be almost eliminated and you will be more and more productive. Run the operations efficiently, basically digital way of running the plants and optimizing the maintenance. When I say optimizing the maintenance, we don't do periodic maintenance. We don't do breakdown maintenance. We help you get to the reliability centric asset management. Maintain only those equipments what needs maintenance and what is high on the business value for you. Basically probability of failure and the consequence of failure basis which we will tell you what to maintain, when to maintain, bringing in efficiency improvement. So that's the whole point, the gold mine what data provides. Now let's start from the construction phase. In the project and construction management of any farms, there's a lot of activities involved, in the procurement of the machines, procurement of equipment, making the site ready. A lot of actors, a lot of contractors, subcontractors, a lot of OEMs. So for an IPP or a project management organization, it's a kind of perplexed action. He or she has to manage too many data in the construction phase, too many tools, synchronized way, and he or she has to really do it with respect to time. So it is too much of varied information. So what do we bring? We bring structure to the construction phase of a renewable farm. We organize the raw data, we bring it by rules engine, analyzing and managing and processing, and we bring a valuable data which is more structured. What do we do? As a platform of Schneider, which is a very, very famous platform called M2 from RIB, we take the two-dimensional design data of your renewable farms. We take the three-dimensional data directly as it is in the form of BIM or whatever it is, and then marry that three-dimension data with the fourth dimension, which is the time of your project, the fifth dimension, which is the cost of every infrastructure inside the project, and bring in the sixth very important dimension, which is the carbon, visibility of all your action. And we tie all the stakeholders, right? So what you see here is a renewable farm managed using this 6 dimensions of a construction, and it helps you to simulate the construction. It helps you to forecast the material and the construction time, compare different sources, and optimize your planned build phase. So just look at an example here, how an engineer sitting in front of a software called M2 from Schneider is able to plan every equipment in real time for construction of a solar farm. He is able to get to every detail. He is able to see what is the technicals behind it, what was scheduled for construction, what is the time cost implication of this, how sustainable is this action, and so on and so forth. He can do it for every module, every combiner box, every secondary distribution switchgear, or a system, or a primary distribution switchgear, or an inverter, and so on and so forth. So he's so much so efficient. So he is able to do a digital construction management with a digital twin of construction. So that's the first phase of it. Okay. So it's a very, very robust platform. You can manage cost, you can manage scheduling, you can manage resource, business partners, quality, safety, and you can do it seamlessly for any kind of wind farms, any kind of solar farms, any kind of hybrid farms. And we have deployed it many in the world. So therefore, the initial part of the construction phase, which is directly related to the levelized cost of energy in terms of capex, is so much so optimized because of this particular platform. Now let's move on. This was for the construction of a wind farm, solar farm, hybrid farm, and whatnot. let's move on deeper inside the farm for an electrical design and simulation. Now, it's so important because we have plethora of electrical equipments in between a generating equipment, be it a turbine or a solar PV or any form of, to the construction, to the touch point of the grid. So you need to have a portfolio or a digital twin portfolio, which helps you ensure resilience in reliability of power system. That means you should be able to simulate the entire electrical network, maybe kilometers of cables, hundreds of equipment. You should be able to simulate. Very, very happy to say that ETAP is Schneider Electric now. So many years you've been designing your electrical infrastructure. Now ETAP belongs to Schneider, and ETAP has enhanced the functionality of digital twin for electrical network. It helps you to do confirmation to grid requirements, pre-handedly in the simulation mode, reduce risk throughout planning and operations. You can do dynamic control for enhanced stability, and whatnot. So it helps you bring a digital twin sense of your real electrical infrastructure, brings you planning and as well as operations. Okay. Now, intelligent electrical network solutions. So once you have designed using an ETAP, the network, you can bring that resource directly into the real-time zone and start operating with a single version of truth. That means you have used the resource, you have modeled the resource, get that into a SCADA system and do a real-time load flow. Compare it with the real-time data coming in. So you can optimize so much so. So therefore, that's the advantage of a model-based approach from design to real-time system. So there's many advantages what ETAP brings on. Now, the third aspect we would want to bring in digital twin in the whole asset lifecycle management. See, in the consumer world, you and me love this kind of organized data. What you see on the left side, which is Google. That means everything is contextualized. Everything is, given at the fingertip, and you're so much so efficient. You exactly know where to go, how to go. The data is available in the context. But if you come to the industrial world, including in our renewable generation world, it's a mess. A lot of manual data, a lot of physical data, a lot of digital data, but dispersed data. So an engineer has to be super efficient to kind of make that contextual. So what we do at Schneider is make it very contextual. We bring the physical assets, we overlay the digital assets on top of the physical assets. That means we make the digital assets look in the real time in 3D, 1 dimension, 2 dimension, 3 dimension, make it very contextually available for the point of use, at the point of use to the engineer whom it is needed, instead of he breaking his head and searching everywhere. So contextualization of data is a very, very important aspect to navigate very quickly for an engineer. So you'll be so much so efficient in maintenance and operation of the system. So you on one side you have a SCADA, on other side when you click on an equipment you see the 3-dimensional view of that particular equipment without going into the site. When you click on a 3-dimensional equipment, you will see the real parameters, be it the asset data, asset health data, or the real parameters data, and you will see it from geospatial view. So that means it is a contextualized industrial view or a contextualized renewable view, which makes you efficient and ultimately helps you what? Reduce the levelized cost of energy. Because today what's happening, since the levelized cost of energy is higher and the market price realization for a renewable IPP is lower, the profit margins is quite lower and your return on investment is much, much bigger. So that's a big worry. On one side, you have a big ambition. On the other side, there is less business attractiveness. So we at Schneider help you to build the business attractiveness so that you can embrace the infrastructure and build more and more renewable plants. So look at it. Look at just one example. Somebody is standing in the, he's sitting inside a control center and he is able to get this view. And this is the real world replica, which is a digital twin. And he or she is able to, extend the virtual platform to operations, build out a reliability center, inspections and inform immediately virtually. So that's the advantage of the digital twin and the data world. So we specialize in making unified operations center for renewable, and we have done it for many large infrastructures like oil and gas, large non-renewable farms, and we have extended this to renewable farms. So as a business owner, in front of you, you have a large pane display, which is showing you how is your business assets performing. How is your business assets really helping you to get to the mission what you want to get to? So we build unified operations center and we bring a lot of real-time value in terms of efficiency improvement, profitability improvement, and operational performance. So on top of all this, in the operations technology and IT/OT integration, we also help you efficiently connect the demand side with the supply side. When I say supply side, all the renewable farms and the utilities which is supplying that energy. But on the demand side, a lot of distributed energy resources are being put. Example, behind the meter. In my house on the rooftop solar, I have a 3 kilowatt rooftop solar. Similarly, on a mall, there is maybe 100 kilowatt rooftop solar. In an industry, there could be maybe 1 megawatt of rooftop solar. So how are you going to orchestrate all that distributed energy resources on the demand side who are actually disconnected? So you can have a flexibility platform. So AutoGrid now is Schneider's partner, and we help connect commercially with this distributed energy resources, be it electric vehicles, be it storage, or be it the wind farms or solar farms, and connect that with the grid side, and we provide demand response. That means whenever there is a demand crunch going on, or whenever the generation of the renewable goes down, probably we help you reduce the demand. So it's a virtual power plant. We do demand and distributed energy resource management for frequency regulation, for voltage regulation. We help storage optimization. We help you orchestrate the electric vehicles charging and discharging, so that we have a proper load curve on the distribution side. So properly integrating renewable with respect to its intermittency, with respect to its power quality issue, is also a big aspect, and we help you do that not only from the supply side on the farms, but also from orchestrating the demand side also. So that's the latest offer from Schneider. So we have a very robust architecture which is enabling the green digital platform. So it is about harnessing the power of data, towards maximum efficiency, right from planning, design, build, operate, and maintain phase. And Schneider Electric is well positioned in all the layers. Layer 1, the field equipment; layer 2 at the edge control; and layer 3, which is apps and analytics, which brings efficiency at the business level for IT/OT integration. So here is where I would want to stop and give you a key takeaway. Digital is a new gold mine. Digital disrupts efficiency and sustainability. Sustainability is what world wants, and we at Schneider are very, very precisely placed here. Digital twin is a key enabler to drive your lower, levelized cost of energy, which makes your projects more and more attractive. Okay, optimize without jeopardizing carbon footprint. That means we do all this without jeopardizing carbon footprint. Modeling the data from the early stage of electrical design, civil design, project construction allows creation of unique data platform, because it's a single version of truth which can be driven throughout the whole project life cycle. And very important, open platforms, hardware and vendor agnostic, and creating a single version of truth is a must. So I would leave you here with this takeaway. But data is the new gold mine in renewable industry for the renewable owners, for the renewable users, and the entire world as such. Thank you very much.
This was an insightful session, and I'm sure our audience would have got a lot to take away from your presentation. Thank you, Mr. Khanna. We have an announcement. Our next speaker, Manish Tapkara, couldn't join us today due to a medical emergency in his family. We hope for a speedy recovery for his family member. I now welcome Sadanand Tiwari from EKI Energy Services for a keynote on carbon credits or carbon finance for green power. Over to you, Mr. Tiwari.
Very good morning, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. Unfortunately, Mr. Manish Tapkara won't be able to take this presentation ahead because of an emergency. So I'm Sadanand Tiwari, and I will be more than happy to take things forward. And it's a very interesting topic, something that nowadays people are getting aware of, which is carbon credits, or you can talk about the carbon finance. So I will be taking things very slowly and will break things down for, with each and every thing about carbon credits and about carbon financing. So yeah, this will be the table of content for today. As I told you that I will go very briefly about this whole part, that what exactly Enking International does. I will begin a little bit about us, like what exactly we do in this industry, and what carbon credits is all about, what carbon finance is all about, and how green projects can take advantage of this carbon financing through carbon credits. So about Enking International, it has been like more than 13 years of this journey in this business of climate change, where hardcore we are focused into this carbon credits, or you can say about carbon financing and sustainability. And currently, since this whole thing is based around the green power, so I would like to bring that we are already managing more than 9 gigawatt plus of renewable energy in terms of carbon asset. We are already managing them all over the India and all over the world as well. And we are very proud to say that, I know that carbon credit is something that is not very new for many of you guys who are attending this event. And but it's a very proud moment for us that from India we are the only company who got listed, in this from this space. And we are doing well in our stock exchange as well. So we are right now listed in Bombay Stock Exchange in the SME field, and that's where we are doing great. And in terms of our expansion, we are expanding our arms in, like, we have already expanded in more than 15 countries where we do have our local presence. And so this is how we are sharing our knowledge. We are sharing that awareness about this carbon credit and carbon financing to the world. And that made us, like, that has added a lot of laurels in our portfolio. Like, we are a member of ITA. We are also we are a golden partner of CDP, Climate Disclosure Projects, and we have also won a lot of awards. And one of the major awards that we won last year was, in fact, in pandemic, was with Best Broker and Best Trading Company for this carbon credit. So what exactly we are known for? I mean, considering slide, things will be very new, but I have a breakdown for it in the later slide. So what exactly we do is we provide a turnkey solution as a climate change advisor service provider. We provide a turnkey solution where we, from each and every dots, we are connecting each and every boxes that is required to tick to get that carbon finance at the end. Anything International helps into that. So we call ourselves as a carbon asset managers. We just manage the carbon assets. That's it. We are not involved into the the EPC side. We are not involved in the construction or into the planning side of any green project or anything. We are just focused into managing that asset. And that asset, how it is managed, it is managed in different steps. All those steps, how it needs to be cleared before getting into that carbon finance part. It's just a quick snapshot of our clients. These are some major clients that we have, like World Bank. We have SoftBank Energy. We are working very closely with government, IMC, like Indore Municipal Corporations. We also have some international clients, with whom we are working very closely, and some of them are also government, like Kengen from Kenya, and railways, and very big IPPs are also involved in this list. Now, what exactly is this carbon finance? So it's a very, it's a niche topic, I should say, because we all know about environmental finance, we all know about climate finance, because the governments are talking about, NGOs, think tanks are talking about it. But carbon finance is it's a subset, you can say. It's just a branch of that environmental finance, and which is just focusing on that reduction of greenhouse gases. That whole carbon thing, carbon finance is revolving around that, how to reduce that GHG emission. Because we have 6 different types of GHG emission. We just talk about carbon credits in terms of carbon dioxide, but this carbon dioxide, mind you, also involves all the 6 different GHG gases. Okay, so it's carbon finance is just a branch of that environmental finance, and in general, this is this greenhouse gases reductions. Because some of the companies or some of the organization or entities, they can reduce their GHG gases. They can reduce their scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions. But for few of them, it is not possible, right? And that's where this carbon credits kicks in. Okay, that's where this carbon credits kicks in this process. So basically, in terms of this carbon market, there are 2 different types of carbon market. That is a voluntary and compliance. So if I talk about the compliance one, it's mostly revolving around the regulatory framework where government is involved, where a lot of technicalities are involved, where we have to take decisions has to be taken from the designated national authorities. Like in India, we have MOEF CCC. In different countries, we have different DNAs. So in compliance carbon market, the involvement goes on from the government side as well. But when we talk about the voluntary carbon market, it's totally a different thing. As the name suggests, it's all about the voluntary schemes. It's all about the voluntary buying and trading of carbon credits and all those kind of things. So this carbon market is divided into different markets, voluntary and compliance. Mind you, considering the COP26, which is just in fortnight, like it's going to happen, and we are waiting for a lot of decisions which will be giving a lot of clarity on the compliance carbon market. right? So that's the one of the major anticipated news that we all the carbon asset managers or the consultants like us are waiting for it, because these carbon credits can be used as one of the major tool of carbon finance. I will explain the whole chain, how things work, but carbon credits is going to be one of the major commodity in the coming future. It will be, however, it is still traded. The trading is done on the supply and demand basis, but however, we do not have a standardized, like a trading platform kind of. Everything is done over the trade kind of thing, right? So that carbon credit commodity, which is a part of that carbon financing, is going to be coming very big in the coming future. Now we are talking about carbon credit. So just to make things clear, what exactly is this carbon credit, or you can say it offset, whatever it is, you can name it like that. So basically carbon credit is all about the reduction or removal of 1 ton of CO2 equivalent from the atmosphere. Okay. And why we mention CO2 equivalent is because carbon dioxide has been considered by IPCC as one of the, like a benchmark. So whether you are reducing or removing methane or any other GHG gases, but we have to convert it according to the global warming potential of those gases in terms of CO2. So each and every GHG gas, they have a global warming potential. So we have this calculation needs to be done, and that's how it is converted into CO2 emission. That's why we call it at a very simplified term that carbon credit is all about reduction or removal of 1 ton of CO2. Okay. Now these offsets and these credits are like a tradable certificate. Now it's not a tangible product. You cannot touch them. You cannot see them. It's just like a normal certificate that comes in. Okay. And these certificates are then traded. Okay. And who are the one who buy them are those companies or those organizations or those entities who are not having any type of GHG mitigation project activity, but for their own own reporting purpose, for their own accounting purpose, they have to reduce their carbon footprinting, and that's where this carbon credit or carbon offset comes in the picture. Okay, so there are two basic major entities in this whole cycle. The first is the project owner, and the second one are those buyers, you can say, or those offsetters. Those offsetter companies who buy those carbon credits, right? So that's how this whole chain goes on, and you have to complete that cycle. And once that cycle is completed, that's how the carbon finance comes back to the project owner. As I said, this is not something new. This carbon market or carbon credit is not something new, but yes, it's not full. Like, people are not that much aware of it, right? The government's involvements are required. So it all started in 1997 from the Kyoto Protocol. It all began there, where 150 nations, they took a pledge that they will reduce their carbon emission, right? They will reduce their carbon footprinting. It was between the developed countries and developing nations. Things evolved over the time, and one of the major breakthroughs happened in 2015. That was the Paris Agreement, right? Which has started. The implementation has started from 1st of January 2021. That's where the Paris Agreement kicked in, and now we are more focused into that. So we can say that we are right now in the Paris Agreement era, where the countries are providing their NDCs. Like India is also one of the contributors there, and we are. Touch wood, we are doing really great on our on that NDC part, where we are going to reduce our fossil fuel usage and will be shifting to the green power, right? So yeah, and from 2020, even the civil aviation industry and maritime industry are also marine industry are also going to be part of that, where government and this industry will be more compliance. They will be having compliance to reduce their carbon emissions. So that's how this was just a quick snapshot on the whole market, that how it evolved over the time. Projects came in, different standards came in 2003, 4, and 5, and that's how still things are going strong. Now I'm talking about this, why carbon offsets and the benefits for the organization. So basically, as I told you that it's a two-way thing. There are two entities involved. The first entity is the project owner, who owns that green power project, through which the GHG emission is mitigated or removed, right? That's the one part. And the second part of the story is those companies who cannot, they do not have the financial capability to just go and place a green power plant or any GHG reduction plant. So for that, what happens? So I will talk on the first part. The first part is all about the project owner who owns that GHG project or the green project, So they can simply register their project in one of the mechanisms, in one of the standards, I should say. And once they complete the whole procedure, once they complete the whole procedure of reaching their part where the carbon credits are generated at the end, that's how once one process is done for the project owner. Now what happens is that the second entity gets involved, who are the buyers of those carbon credits. So what happened in the first phase is that simply a green project is there somewhere in the world. They get eligible and they get registered in those standards. Once those whole process is done, the carbon credits are generated. Okay, once that carbon credits are generated, there is a company somewhere in the world who wants to buy those carbon credits. So once that buy and sell happens, that's where the carbon financing comes into the picture for the project owner. So it's kind of an additional revenue for the project owner. For this carbon financing is just an additional revenue for this project owner that they can generate, because not every company will be eligible, or will be having that potential to have that GHG mitigation project activity, right? So for them, they can simply buy this carbon offsetting and they can put it in their GHG accounting or reporting, and that's how this whole process is done. So this is just a like I have this pictorial view that how this whole financing things comes into the picture for the project owner, for the green power project owner. Because we are not focusing on this GHG accounting at the moment, it's all about the green power and the project owners. As I told you that, there has to be some registry, there has to be some standard who says that, yes, you are generating this XYZ amount of carbon credits, right? So here are these major GHG international offset standards. The first is CDM, which is very well known, and it is run by UNFCCC. Then we have VCS, which is Voluntary Carbon Standard. We have Gold Standard, and now we have GCC, Global Carbon Council. So these are all the standards through which a green project can generate that carbon credits. Mind you, as I told you at the beginning, there are two different markets, compliance and the voluntary. The CDM one is more of a compliance. We have CERs, which is more of a compliance, but rest VCS, the Gold Standard, VERs, and the GCC are the voluntary. Now, it is not that simple that you own a carbon, like a green project, and you can straight away knock their door saying that, yeah, I would like to register my project. It's not that easy. You need to make sure that there is an eligibility criteria. Okay. Once the eligibility criteria is fulfilled, that's where the whole process starts. So for example, if your project might be eligible in VCS, but not in the Gold Standard, or let's say your project might be can be registered into GCC, but not any other scheme. So that's totally fine. The end result is carbon credit. The end result is carbon finance for the green project owners. This is just in terms of the trading volume and the valuation of it. You can clearly see I have a very old table for this, for old data for 2017-18. But however, we have a very recently, it has been said, there's a task force, who is involved. A lot of consultant companies like, McKinsey and all, they are involved in it, and they are the one who do the research work. And it was said in 2021 that this market of carbon credit or carbon financing is going to be around $50 billion industry in by 2030. That's the top notch that they are considering, 50 billion. It might go beyond, but the chances are less. However, 30 to 40 billion is something that they're very sure about, that this industry valuation would be around 30 to 40 billion dollars by 2030. Because we have a lot of projects. You can clearly see here, like renewable energy, where we talk about the green power. You can see that, by 2017, it was just $31.5 million, right? But in 2018, it has gone to 40 million. That's a good jump, I must say. And that trend, it's clearly evident for us as well, since we are in this market. Now, what about this cycle? Like how to reach for a green power project, how to reach that part, where they can generate that carbon offset. So these are the steps, these are the boxes that I told at the beginning that needs to be ticked in order to generate that carbon finance or carbon credits at the end. So we as a consultant, we as an advisory service, we take care of all these processes. That's where we are involved, and that's how we are involved in this whole process. So it all begins with that project design document where all the details information about where exactly that location project location is, where exactly how things are working on, what is the capacity of it, what is the additionality in it, if there is any loan or something has been done, you have to make sure you have to enter all those information. It's like a Bible for that project, the project design document. Because we have, for every project, you have to select a specific methodology that needs to be taken care. There has to be an approved emission baseline. So everything is settled in this part. Everything is sorted in this part. Once that document is prepared, you go for a national approval. As I told you, the compliance market, the CDM market requires this step. The voluntary carbon market, if your project is going for a voluntary carbon scheme, then this step is not required. You do not have to go for any approval in the government. It's totally fine. It's a voluntary scheme. You can straight away take your project for the consideration into registration. The second step or third step, you can say, is the validation. As the name suggests, validate, right? There has to be someone who can validate that your project, what you have mentioned in the PDD, is correct or not. Is it a real project? Because for the registry, it's very difficult to go every project and see whether it is there or not, whether it is completely it's a legitimate project or not. So for that, we have a third party DOEs, designated operational entity, or you can say an auditor. So an auditor comes into the picture, and these auditors are well approved by those registry. Okay. So these auditors, they come and they do the site visit, they go through the documents that a consultant prepares, and once that is approved, they go for the registration process. Registration process is not a very difficult task, because the most important step here is the validation. Once that is done, you just simply pay a registration fee for according to the registry system. Once that is done, your project is now registered. Once the registration process is done, we have three major steps, which is monitoring, verification, and issuance. Because till now, the first four steps are only about, everything is on paper, right? Nobody knows that how much actual carbon credits are generated, right? So in this monitoring process, things kicks in. You go and check whether what are the how much emission has been reduced over the time. You select a monitoring period that, okay, I will go for, let's say your project got registered in 2019, and right now we are sitting in 2021. So we select a period that, okay, from 19 to 2021, that will be my monitoring period. I will check how much emissions I have reduced and what are the carbon credits I have generated from my project, from my green project. So once that process is done, monitoring reports are made. You see that, okay, from 2019 to 2021, we have generated around, let's say, 100K carbon credits. Okay. Now these 100K carbon credits are again on the report that needs to be verified. So again, a DOE kicks into the step. They check, they verify the project activity, they check the monitoring report, they verify those credits that, okay, this 100K, what has been generated from 19 to 2021, it's absolutely legitimate, and we can go for the issuance. Issuance is something that one has to pay to the registry. Okay, for controlling that whole registry, for managing that whole registry, you have to pay some fee there. That issuance fee is done. Once you pay the fee, your credits are now issued and are ready to be sold in the market. That's where a consultant like us gets involved. We have a pool of buyers who wants to buy those carbon credits. They just want to get their hand on the carbon credits or offsets. Once they buy those carbon offsets, once that deal happens, that's how the revenue, that's how the finance goes back to the project owner. And that is the whole cycle here of carbon financing with including this carbon credit. So that's the whole chain, that's the whole cycle that Anking takes care of. And yeah, that's how the whole process goes on. These are the types of project. It's not only about green project that can generate carbon credits or carbon finance. We have different, like energy efficiency, we have nature-based solution, we have community-based project, waste management project. So basically the bottom line is very simple. Any GHG mitigating project activity which is there in the market, which is there in the business, is ready to get that carbon credit or carbon financing. That's the bottom line here. This is just a quick snapshot on our, what we are providing right now in the market. As I told, 13 years of experience we have. We are providing a turnkey solutions, and we are also providing, considering the pandemic situation, we are right now providing a no investment model where the project owner is not supposed to invest anything here. It's simply it's a risk-free model. All the risks shall be taken care by EKI or Ranking International, and that's how the business will keep on working, and the carbon finance is generated for the our project owners. So yeah, that's it from my end. I mean, you can take a screenshot of this. If you ever wish to contact about this carbon finance or carbon credits, feel free to get in touch with me by call or email, or you can simply visit our website and you can drop your message there as well. I'm sure one of our associates will get back to you on that.
Thank you, Mr. Tiwari, for very well explaining the life cycle of a carbon offset project. I'm sure our audience found this an insightful session. We now move to an engaging panel discussion on decoding the renewable energy jigsaw puzzle, making India renewable affordable. The panel discussion will revolve around the role of public and private sector in achieving sustainable development goals, tapping the renewable energy potential, policy frameworks and their implications, the way ahead for green energy revolution. In this panel, we have Lieutenant Colonel Monish Ahuja, CMD of Punjab Renewable Energy Systems, Shaji John, Chief Solar Initiatives, Larsen and Toubro, Ashwini Sen, Fellow, Center for Policy and Research. And this panel discussion will be moderated by Kamya Jaiswal, Associate Partner, McKinsey & Company.
Hello everyone, good morning and welcome to the panel discussion. Thanks Amrita for the introduction of the topic and of the panelists. Before we start, I think I'll invite all of us to share a minute of our introduction and what we and our experience in the renewable energy space. So Ashwini, if I can request you to start.
Yeah, thanks Kamya. My name is Ashwini Swen. I'm a fellow at the Center for Policy Research, and I've been working on electricity policy, political economy behind the sector for last 15 years. And I look into the whole sector, including renewable energy and mostly on the governance and public policy issues. Thanks.
Thanks, Ashwini. Shaji?
Yeah, good morning. Thank you. Good morning to everybody. My name is Shaji John. I head the solar global business development for Larsen & Toubro Limited. I have been involved in this field for last 11 years, from 2010 when the solar space started seeing a growth in the country. And since then, I am involved in this field now. Thank you.
Thanks, Shaji. Manish?
Hi, thanks, Kamya. I am Lieutenant Colonel Monish Ahuja. A very warm good morning to all the co-panelists and also all the participants on this webinar. I am the Chairman Managing Director of Punjab Renewable Energy Systems Private Limited, acronymed as PRESPEN, and I'm also the Chairman of the Confederation of Biomass Energy Industry of India. A pleasure to be here and look forward to a good panel discussion going forward.
Thank you. Lastly, about myself, my name is Kamya. I'm an associate partner with McKinsey & Company, and I'm based out of our Gurgaon office. And for the past 3 years, I've been working very deeply in the renewable energy space. Very excited to be here and moderate this discussion. Thank you, everyone, for joining the panel. I'd just like to start with, sharing how we'll run the next 45 minutes. I think we'll do the discussion for about 30-35 minutes, and I'll request all participants to share any questions for the panelists, and towards the end we will save 10 minutes for a question and answer session. Beginning with the overall renewables landscape in the country, Ashwini, maybe start with you. India has set a very ambitious target of 450 gigawatt of renewable energy by 2030. The government has shared that, and we've been making very swift progress on that front as well. The pandemic has set us back a little bit definitely in implementation of renewable energy projects. But how do you see the journey so far, and how do you contextualize India's progress in renewables?
Yeah, thanks, Kavya. So before I answer how the pandemic has affected or may affect it going forward, let's understand the target. So we, as I understand, we have two renewable energy targets, as in one for 2022, one for 2030. So the 2022 target, as we all know, is 170 gigawatt of RE. And this year we reached 100 gigawatt installation. So, which if we see from last 10 years, it's a great progress from almost insignificant amount of renewable energy. We have added so much. So we are at 100 gigawatt right now, but there's 75 gigawatt to be added in next 14 months. The target is for December 2022. And the government seems to be very optimistic that that target can be met, but there has been several speculations that we are going to fail that. But from my perspective, it doesn't matter whether we meet that target on December 2022 or it slips into December 2023. But it's an important milestone. But one aspect I wanted to point out here, and then we have this 450 gigawatt target for 2030. And simultaneously, as part of the climate negotiation, we have a global pledge to reach 40% of generation capacity from non-fossil sources, and which seems to be pretty achievable. We are pretty close to that target. But India is also supposed to enhance that target soon. So that's one aspect. So a couple of points regarding this target I want to point out. First, globally, most of the countries have committed for an energy share. So how much energy we are going to get from renewable energy, but India has committed for a capacity target. So actually we don't know 450 gigawatt of renewable energy capacity by 2030. What does it mean in terms of how much we are drawing from clean energy, how much we are drawing from fossil sources? So that's a little speculative, and that's a thing we have to speculate and we can only estimate, but there's no clarity on that, or at least from the target perspective, there's no signal on that. So my understanding is even if we achieve that 450 gigawatt target, it's mostly going to meet the additional demand. It's not going to displace any of the existing fossil capacities or fossil resources. So that's about the 2030 target, and I wanted to flag one point about 2022 target. As part of 175 gigawatt, we had 100 gigawatt from solar sources, and that was also split into two parts: 60 gigawatt grid scale, 40 gigawatt off grid or decentralized solar. Out of the 60 gigawatt, we have achieved 30 plus, and that's progressing well. But this decentralized solar energy hasn't made much progress so far. We are barely at 10%, 10-15% of that target. So here I see a sort of institutional dichotomy. We have the power sector has generally been focused on gigantic projects having large-scale installations, and while decentralized models have its own benefits and implications, and that part is completely ignored. So at a broad level, I wanted to stop there. And on the coming to COVID, so one thing is for sure, while the ministry claims that COVID hasn't made any dent to our targets and the ministry hasn't revised the deadline, but one significant thing which has happened is the economic activity has come down, and economy is directly correlated with energy demand. So the energy demand has come down, and it will take few years, and some speculate that up to 5 years it will take to make up for that loss in energy demand. And as I said earlier, renewable energy sort of meets the new demand. So if there is a fall in energy demand, that may affect the need for new capacity. So that's one midterm or short-term effect it is. But there has been several policy developments during the pandemic. Last year, the government put certain restrictions on import. There has been more emphasis on domestic manufacturing. So I think those have more serious consequences for India's renewable growth story as opposed to pandemic. Pandemic certainly has impact by reducing the demand. But the restriction on import or putting surcharges, that first enhances the cost of renewable projects.
Yes. No, thanks for that. Thanks for that, Ashwini, and the breakdown of the target and the impact. We come back to some of the details as well. But what you're saying is a good segue into the next question. I wanted to ask Shaji, as you said that there has been some price volatility in the renewables market because of logistic constraints and some of the policy changes that have also happened. Shaji, how do you see that impacting, especially in the solar module price volatility in the current scenario? Is it going to stay for some time? What is the likely impact on tariffs?
Yeah, thank you, Kamya. So, yes, you rightly told the industry is today looking towards this huge volatility in solar modules. In addition to solar modules, we should also understand that most other commodities, whether it is copper, aluminum, and steel, everything has skyrocketed. It definitely has a significant impact on the solar tariff because of the impact on the solar EPC cost, etc. To give a picture of it, the solar module from 18-19 cents per watt peak, which was prevailing somewhere in the early part of this year, has already moved to almost 28 cents per watt peak, which is a 40% jump in the solar module pricing. Similarly, if you see, most of these commodities have also moved up, maybe anything about 15 to 20%. Put together, if you see, this module and commodities constitute almost like 70-80% of the entire project cost when it comes to the financials. That means the whole project cost of any solar that will come up in the country with this kind of commodity and module price would have gone up by almost like 20 to 25%. To give a picture, around 3.5 crore per megawatt was the pricing of solar in terms of project cost. It is now, you can say 4.2, 4.5 in that range, crore per megawatt. In terms of tariff, if you have to speak, it would be, you can say that the tariff which we saw the lowest at 1.99 sometimes back, already it has seen 2.35 in the last 2-3 months time.
Yeah.
But I am sure that any new tariff bidding which will come up will not see tariff maybe lower than 2.5. My best guess is that to have a viable project with a decent returns to the investor, the tariff should be somewhere in the range of 2.6 to 2.9. That only can make the project viable. So that is the kind of impact which we have already seen in the solar tariff because of the increase in the commodities and the solar module cost. Now question comes that why it has happened. So some of it Ashwini has already covered, that some policies around in the China, especially the power control and power rationing by the Chinese government. That is one major reason for this sudden shootout, especially in the last 1 month. But it doesn't stop there. You have to look a little backward, maybe 6 to 12 months back. It all started because of the logistic issues arising out of the COVID impact. That is one major cost factor. In addition, there are force major kind of events which has happened in China, whether it is flood or fire in many of these polysilicon facilities and wafer facilities. That has to some extent cut short the capacity of production.
Right.
Now there are two versions of it. I don't want to debate here. Official version says that really there are force major situations and the production has got affected and not able to catch up with the demand which has suddenly seen a rise after the COVID. On the other side, there are stories that it is all stage managed by Chinese government. So that is left to the debate. We don't want to get into it. But today facts remain that cost of solar has gone up by 25-30%, no doubt about it.
And Shaji, will
Now,
it stay for some time? Sorry.
Yeah. Coming to the third part, how long it will sustain. So it all depends on the demand supply dynamics. So most of this polysilicon capacity which has gone out of production, it looks like new capacities are coming up, and some large capacities are expected from Central Mongolia region. And it is expected that by Q3 or Q4 of next year only, these capacities will really start delivering to the demands, which means that module price and solar pricing generally can stabilize only after Q3 or Q4 of next 2022. This is what the rough timelines which is visible today, but it is a dynamic and volatile situation. We may have to wait and watch.
Thanks, Shaji, for that. I think even as we're seeing the price volatility in modules, another significant change or trend that is emerging in terms of new technologies is around the clock renewables. Because we're moving beyond standalone wind and standalone solar at utility grid and to offer RTC, and there have been a series of tenders recently also that have come out on RTC. Shaji, just wanted your thoughts on this trend. What is driving the trend for RTC, and if it will be more expensive or equivalent to the power from standalone solar and standalone wind?
Thank you, Kami, again. See, RTC, if I have to expand it, is round the clock.
Yes.
So solar, as you all know, it is only available during the daytime, which is in India, we can say 8 o'clock in the morning to 5 o'clock in the evening. So beyond that, there is no power available. So it was good in terms of capacity addition in renewables, as Ashwini told, to have solar in the portfolio, but that's only a capacity, but in terms of energy, it is totally different. The energy may not be available 24/7. And that is the reason why it is important that we need to have this new technology called RTC, where it is a mixture of solar, wind, battery to start with. But that doesn't stop there. It could add biomass, it could add pumped storage, tidal storage. So it could be a mix of any green technology and providing round the clock. But to clarify, round the clock today is financially not feasible. Let us be very frank. Having 24/7 renewable energy means a lot of storage. And today batteries are at a cost point which don't help in achieving a tariff which is viable. But going forward, maybe in next 5 to max 10 years, we will see a tariff level of RTC which is very competitive when compared to other form of power, whether it is coal, gas, nuclear, and conventional hydel. That is what is our projections. So RTC is driven by 2-3 factors. One is obviously to make it a more scheduled and complete power, which is predicted 24/7. That is one part of it. Second is also to give stability to the grid. If you ask some of the technocrats, they can say that more and more solar getting into grid with fluctuations because of natural progression of sun during the day of the time, or because of clouds movement. It can suddenly switch off the plant, or because of other seasonal variations. So it can create disturbance to the grid. Obviously, there are technologies and there are models in which we can combine these renewables to be more scheduled and more predictable. So this is another factor which is driving RTC. Third is curtailment. There are certain point of time, especially in the afternoon time, there are excess of renewable, especially solar. And obvious reason for any off-taker will be to cut the production. So it is a waste of natural and renewable energy. So to make best use of it, maybe we can store it and use it during the night time. That is the second factor which is driving it. And third is obviously to utilize the transmission infrastructure. You need to have 24/7 power. Otherwise, you are utilizing that asset not to the full scale, and it will only be partially utilized. So these are the 3 major factors. But looking forward, one more point I want to touch. When the hydrogen economy is going to come up, which there are different views. It could come in next 3 years, it could come in next 7 years, or it could come in next 15 years. But it is going to happen. There is no doubt about it. And that production of hydrogen depends a lot on, and I'm talking about green hydrogen. Green hydrogen depends a lot on renewables. And to utilize the electrolyzer, you need to have 24/7 renewables. So it is sort of a preparation for the hydrogen economy also, why RERTC is must.
Yes. Thanks, Shaji. But even beyond utility grid, if you look at the commercial and industrial segment, Ashwini spoke about the decentralized growth. It's now picking up. Now we see across different sectors, and it's not just, again, initially it was largely distributed solar rooftop. Now it is shifting to open access models, and even there hybrid charging, which you mentioned, is growing, and battery. There are now new models coming up with, including storage. So in this regard, Manish, if you could come in and share your experience about the growth of green energy adoption in industrial segment. How is that? How is that landscape changing?
So thanks, Kamya. Interesting views from Ashwini and Shaji here. So my opening remark will be the 450 gigawatt is electric, and we're talking about the energy basket of India, wherein currently the electricity segment is only 18% of the energy basket. So what are we doing about the balance 82% of energy? And I think, so when we talk about energy, we need to move away from talking only about electricity, but you need to talk about the entire energy needs of the country. And yes, we should do 450 gigawatt electric and more, but we need to have a focus on the 80% plus segment of energy requirement and do more for the decarbonization for the RE segment of energy in the 80% basket. And that's where the actual shift for the impact that we want to create will come. Now, where does that 80% of energy get utilized? Cooking, transportation, shipping, train segment, aviation. And so what are we doing to make the shift for the RE energy component towards this segment? So, the ministry, the nodal ministry is called Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. And 100% of central financial assistance, CFA schemes that they have, is only towards electricity. So I think somewhere policymakers, government need to now think out of the small box that we are living in and look at the larger picture. Having said that, how do we address the larger picture of energy requirement? We have seen the coal crisis, and the coal crisis, we have diverted whatever we could towards the electricity segment. But what about the industry, the GDP growth, the utilization of coal across industrial segments where we still need to grow, where we still need to keep the growth drivers in place? And hence, let's look at what's the alternate energy. Shaji mentioned hydrogen. Honorable Prime Minister has announced the hydrogen mission. We are saying green hydrogen, but green hydrogen needs multi-sectoral development to happen. It's not only about the electrolysis, which is available since decades that we know how to do it. How are we going to get the cost of electricity sub a rupee or rupee 50 paisa? How are we going to get hydrogen storage in place? How are we going to get hydrogen transportation in place? How are we going to get hydrogen utilization in place? And more so, not towards the electricity segment, but towards the energy basket. More importantly today, what we do, and since that was part of your question, we are work in the biomass bioenergy segment. Uniquely, one of the only companies in India which is working only in this segment. And we started with looking at electricity, but we soon realized that we are not going to be in business because the solar and wind or the nuclear and hydro costs of electricity do not merit biomass-based IPPs of power to be done. It does not make economic sense to do a 657 rupee unit biomass power and then put it into the grid when you can get the cost low. So we made a strategic shift towards looking at the alternate segment of where we can utilize this biomass. And today, pan-India, we utilize agri-residue biomass, very pertinent in Delhi today. AQI is around 300 again. We prevent the farm burning of this biomass or agri-residue, and not only in North India, but across different types of agricultural residue. We bring it to warehousing, working with the farmer community. From the warehousing, we are now able to take this biomass to various forms of energy. So we densify it into briquettes and pellets. So we sell biomass as a commodity to industries which can utilize it, either in a raw form without densification. And this typically works in a 40-50 kilometer radius. So it could be a liquid fuel ethanol plant. It could be a renewable natural gas or compressed biogas plant. It could be a biomass IPP, cogeneration, RTC, which Shaji mentioned that you need to put base load power or round the clock power. You could do biomass IPPs, cogeneration plants, so on and so forth. But what do you do beyond this 40-50 kilometer radius? So we densify into briquettes and pellets. And from here, we are able to transport it good about 250-300 kilometers and still replace industrial fossil fuel requirement. So we replace coal, LDO, furnace oil, diesel, and petcoke in some cases across industries, remove the requirement of these fossil fuels within the industry boundaries, and utilize this biomass for gross calorific value or energy value and deliver to them industrial heating, industrial cooling, industrial steam solutions. Thereby, as a company now, we deliver utility scale energy away from electricity. What we are also now doing is tri-generation. So by establishing these industrial boilers, which we also invest in owning or we operate it for our clients or our partners, and we are able to give them industrial steam, industrial heating, cooling, and we are also able to give them electricity, which is more than sufficient for their industry. So it's captive in three spaces. And if you look at the aspects of the entire energy value chain, right from when you are removing crude and putting it into barrels or tankers and bringing it into India, processing it and then taking it to industry, or removing coal from the mines and then bringing it to usage. And you look at the energy efficiency of this biomass moving to this industry. And these are third-party studies which have been done on work that Prespel does. We are 20 to 25% energy efficient in the entire energy life cycle that we see. And by virtue of this, by this getting audited, we have been accredited by SIDBI and World Bank, providing energy efficiency credit lines for this business. So thereby, just not changing the bulb to a LED is energy efficiency, just not changing motors in plants to highly energy efficient motors is energy efficiency. But if you look at the life cycle of energy getting utilized, we are 25% more energy efficient than using fossil fuel. What we also do is we do not put any SOx and NOx into the atmosphere. And thereby, on the capital cost of utilization of coal and fossil fuel, you remove the FGD equipment which India is spending thousands of crores not to put the SOx and NOx in the atmosphere, but you are actually neutral of the PM 2.5. And on the CO2 component, also you are very neutral. So you know, what is happening across industry now is to target the 80% of the energy basket segment. So thanks, over to you.
No, thanks, Manish, for the very detailed context and the very good point to just expand the scope of saying not just electricity, but energy consumption and how can we make, and how can we go green on the entire value chain. Still staying on the commercial industrial segment for a bit, there is now, as we're saying, growing adoption, not just for renewable solar, wind, but also biomass and agri-waste based green energy. What are the drivers of what are companies actually looking for when they move to green energy, and what are some of the challenges that they're facing, be it in integration or in terms of long-term contracts? And maybe Shaji, you can start, and Manish, I'll come to you on this question as well.
Sorry, Kami, I could not get which companies are coming into this field?
The commercial industrial segment, when we're talking about solar energy, and we're talking about different forms of green energy. What are the drivers of adoption? Is it that companies are still looking for lower cost? Is there sustainability mandates? And what are some of the challenges in integration that you're seeing?
Yeah. Got it. Sorry. So the drivers I can define into two parts. If you see the current C&I consumers who are buying electricity from open access, there are two major motives. First and foremost is commercial. They see a great value when they compare their current cost of electricity versus at what rate they can buy the power from a renewable producer. There is a definite, like for example, in Tamil Nadu, where we belong to, in 6.5 to 7.5 rupees is the commercial rate of purchase, whereas the solar producers are ready to sell at say 4 to 4.5 rupees. So there is a definite advantage on commercial side. That is first driver. That pulls the buyers to get into such contract. Second driver is obviously the mandate for going green, whether it is ESG or RE100, what they call, that they want to convert their entire consumption into renewable energy. So those kind of pressures, self-created pressures or pressures created from their customers, that they want to know that the product they are producing is with clean and green energy. So these are the two drivers which makes the buyer go to purchase of solar power or green power through open access route. Now, in my view, and whichever projects we were involved, some challenges which we faced is mainly coming out of the hurdles which gets generated with the utility. That means the local DISCOM have a lot of resistance, obviously because you are taking away their business. So which is but natural that they will come against it. So the getting approval for such projects becomes very difficult. Then there are models which people are operating, that instead of having open access, they go with a captive or group captive models to see how they circumvent this kind of barriers. I think I will leave it at that. We will hear from maybe Monish and Ashwini.
Yeah, Monish, if we can also share, especially from the agri-waste angle, as you said, that's a use case that goes beyond electricity. What are the typical challenges faced?
So, a couple of challenges. One is recognition of biomass, bioenergy as a renewable energy industry. And I think that's something which now the policymakers and regulators are getting cognizant about. But still, once that happens, there is a lead time before the financial institutions, before the policymakers on the financial side also start recognizing it. So for example, if today I want to go and put an industrial boiler basis biomass and sell steam as energy, most of the states do not recognize this as an independent industry, RE industry. Though in July 2019, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy came out with a directive letter to every chief secretary and principal secretary energy that such projects have the RE element to it, and these are renewable energy projects. So, charity needs to begin at home. One is we need to recognize this. The second part is the business of biomass in particular, because you mentioned that, is highly capital intensive on the working capital side. A short window for aggregation of biomass, and typically financial institutions work in the quote unquote working capital cycle at best of 3 months. So They are unable to understand in their tick box mechanism of check boxes to be done that here is an industry segment which is fast growing, requires working capital close to about 6 to 8 months at a peak level. And how does that change in the financial system is continuing to be a challenge. The third part is, and that's, I think, the better part here, we as the industry are agnostic to any government intervention. It's a B2B segment of a business.
Right.
We are not dependent upon subsidy from government, any CFA assistance from the government. And despite that, this industry segment, and let's say a company like Prespal in the last 3 years, with COVID being there, lockdowns being there, we are growing 100% on our top line year on year. So despite, so to say, RE recognition not being there, the working capital availability not being there, the industry demand is huge. And that's because of three main drivers. One, commitments of which industries have made for their scope 1 and scope 2 reduction of CO2.
Yeah.
The second is commercial. We are cheaper than conventional fossil fuel, and
Right.
cheaper in some extent to go up to 40-45%. And it's a no-brainer for the commercial segment of large corporations to take this call. And hence, I think that is also a driver. And the last 6 months of energy prices being, so to say, at all-time high, I think that is the third pull which is driving this industry, and many more Prespals coming into this industry.
Thanks, Manish. I'm also mindful of time. We started a bit late and I wanted to keep some space for any questions. But before we close out, Ashwini, some thoughts from you on, especially on what would be the top 2 or 3 sort of policy unlocks you think, both on the electricity side or for solar, wind, as well as for across the full green energy spectrum, including agri-waste, to actually boost the growth trajectory in India. What would be your top 2, 3 unlocks?
Okay, so yeah, coming to that, one thing we have to acknowledge that electricity sector development in India for past 6-7 decades has been largely led by the public sector. I mean, at least until last decade to mid 2000s, it was the state who directed investment and state who provided investment in the electricity sector. But the 21st century electricity system or energy system we are heading towards, that's going to be led largely by private sector. Much of the new capacities, infrastructure going to come up in energy sector is going to be funded by private sector. So the role of a state or government here becomes to provide an enabling environment and a level playing field for everyone. Because in the 21st century electricity system, we are not only going to see big players, but we'll also have smaller players. There will be new companies with a small pot of money, but creative ideas also. So at a higher level, the state should much more focus on providing those sort of regulations which are favorable for technologies and providing guarantees. So there has been, the sector particularly has been going through a bit of policy uncertainty on different aspects, not just limited to one. And part of it is driven by the dynamic price this RE technologies are seeing. So that has to be, there has to be some hedging from the state side to protect the investor interest here. But one other aspect we almost gets ignored in the discourse is intellectual property. So even though India claims to be one of the lead players in global energy transition, renewable energy, pursuing renewable energy, in terms of intellectual property, the country is far behind to comparable countries. Forget about China and the US. Even compared to Brazil, South Africa, we are much behind. So I mean, both the public sector and private sector need to prioritize research and development in clean energy technologies. And solar and wind are sort of mature technologies, but as Sagi pointed out at one point, and Manish has been also talking about biomass-based technologies. So we are going to see a range of technology transformation. It's not just solar and wind. We are going to see multiple storage technologies coming up in next few decades. So research and development, creating domestic intellectual property, manufacturing, those are priorities. And I cannot say what would be the specific things. And the last point I would like to make, we have seen great success in renewable energy because we had varied policy landscape across states. So that provided multiple laboratories for experimentation and coming with business models. While standardization may have some merit, but we have to balance out between that federal arrangement of multiple policy landscape for innovation and also some standardization and assurance for the investors and other players.
Thanks, Ashwini, for highlighting the points, especially underlining the shift from public to private. But as far as the point on regulatory lack of standardization is concerned, I think companies could also argue it the other way, that there are some states which are far ahead, more progressive, some states are lagging, and that does come in the way of navigating the regulatory landscape as well. But as you said, it also becomes the crucible for innovation in the country across in different pockets. So thank you for that, Ashwini. Neetu and Amrita, I just wanted to check if there are any questions. We have a few minutes and we can share some questions with the panelists.
Do you see India being the hydrogen economy in the coming years now that our PM has big plans about? If yes or no, why?
Ashwini, Shaji, do you want to spend a minute each on this? We have set up a hydrogen ambition as well. Will we actually see the hydrogen economy become real in the medium to long term?
I don't have a clear answer for this, but here is my thought. I remember attending the meeting when National Solar Mission was launched, and then Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh sort of put forth the aspiration to India become a India to have a solar valley across the country, like Silicon Valley, manufacturing solar technologies. And since then, we didn't do anything in terms of manufacturing, as I said, the intellectual property. Hydrogen is the emerging technology, and these aspirations are good. But we also need to act on this. So in past, we have missed the bus. I don't know about how we are going to handle hydrogen unless we are working on developing intellectual property, developing manufacturing capacity. We're not going to be the hydrogen economy. Think about solar. We are now, if we have to meet the 450 gigawatt target, we have to add 30 gigawatt of renewable energy every year. Do we have the manufacturing capacity? Do we have the domestic capacity to meet that? So we are missing that bus. I'll leave to Shaji.
Thanks, Ashwini. Shaji, your thoughts also on the economics of hydrogen?
Yeah, only 3 points I will tell. The point which Monish has already touched, the 20-80 ratio what he talked. That means 20% is only electricity, 80% is still to be made cleaner. And the only way to make it cleaner, it appears today, is hydrogen, which is fast catching up. So that is one driver. To make the other sector cleaner, hydrogen will become a necessity. Number one. Number two, in electricity space also, as I was telling that renewables are still not 24/7 and it needs a lot of storage to make it 24/7. So hydrogen comes there also, that it can be a good media to store energy and release it when renewables are not there. So this is the second factor. Third factor is the economics. So like Monish told, whether renewable will be available at 1.5 rupees per unit, probably that will decide how fast the hydrogen will come. Because today green hydrogen in dollar terms is around $4 per kg. So question is when it will come to $1.5 per kg, and for that the question on 1.5 rupees per unit of electricity is a big driver. So these are the three factors which will drive the economics, and my belief is that yes, as I already told, 3 years, 7 years or 15 years, it is going to happen.
Thanks, Shaji. Amrita, do we have any more questions?
Yes, we have one last question. This is addressed to Mr. Swing. What policy tweaks are needed to meet the ambitious target of 450 gigawatt?
So the government has various policy trajectories put out. So 450 gigawatt in 2030 2030, if the demand goes the way it has gone over the last 2 decades, probably won't be a hard target. Considering 450, considering we have ambitions for agriculture sector, which is 17% of the electricity demand, and that can almost meet about 150 gigawatt if we can solarize all the agricultural demand, and that demand is also growing. So what I would recommend to meet that bigger target, we need to synchronize various policies. We have a strong EV electric vehicle policy coming in. We're planning to have 30% of EVs by 2030. So how that can be a driver for meeting the renewable target. So that synchronization hasn't happened so far. So I don't have any new prescription to suggest, but we need to work on synchronizing all the energy transition related targets. We're also going to add a lot of buildings into the building infrastructure in the country. So as they say, 50% of the buildings are yet to be built. So how those buildings can contribute to meeting India's energy transition, that level of cross-sectoral integration, cross-sectoral co-thinking has to happen. And then the last point I would like to make, it's not so much about whether we make 450 gigawatt RE in 2030 or not, but how we make that, what institutional path, what economic path we are taking, so that will determine how we go forward, because the ultimate target is to make the sector, the energy sector, carbon free going forward. And whether that is 2050 target or India wants to do that by 2080, that's immaterial. But the pathway we take until 2030 will determine how the sector will go forward.
Thanks, Ashwini. I think that's also a great sentiment to close out the panel. I think what we can all agree is that we're very optimistic about the opportunities. There's great demand across both electricity and the 80% part that Manish also spoke about and Shaji also highlighted on green energy. This has now become the focus has been the focus of the government is fast becoming the great focus for the commercial industrial segment, not just in India but globally. So looking forward to the challenges as well as the changes that we will see in the sector. Thank you everyone for taking out time and sharing your thoughts, and thank you for the participants for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
This was indeed an insightful session. I thank our panel members for taking out time to share their insights and expertise with us at the Schneider Electric Presents Green Power Summit 2021, supported by Construction Week India. I urge our audience to post questions in the Q&A tab, which is on the top right side of the auditorium screen. You can also share your thoughts on social media using our event hashtag #CWGreenPower. Our next speaker, Kapil Maheshwari, President Renewable Energy Development, Reliance Industries, is presently leading renewable energy development at New Energy Initiatives of Reliance Group. He is responsible for developing strategy and its implementation, solar manufacturing, and PV power plant execution for hydrogen ecosystems. I welcome Mr. Maheshwari for a keynote session on challenges and opportunities in renewable energy and green hydrogen. Welcome, Mr. Maheshwari.
Thank you so much, Amrita. And thanks everyone who are right now have joined this conference. And I am very happy, delighted, honored to be, invited as an keynote speaker. And I thought, let me speak on something which we have been doing for quite some time and something which we have been doing for, years to come. So for all of you, or at least for me, who have been part of India's renewable journey for last 10 years or maybe more. So possibly I have done for 17 years, but all who have seen maybe Jawaharlal Nehru National Solar Mission Phase 1, Batch 1 and onwards would would see that what a transformation India has done for, the renewable path. And we recently announced 100 gigawatt installed capacity, and, more or less on track. Some deviations have happened, but more or less on track. Not a greater deviation for this 175 megawatt by 2022. If we include some of the hydro projects, possibly we are there. But two prominent technologies in renewable which have come very significantly over the decade would be wind. Was already there most of the time, but then solar also have been playing a key role. And given that we already have more than 40 gigawatt of installed capacity in the country, there is no way we are looking back right now. So given all of that, let me first tell from where we were on the renewable journey, and then I would also like to touch upon how do we resolve a couple of problems, what we've seen in the renewable path, and how green hydrogen for next 10 years can play a key role there. So what we've seen in India is, if you see some of those opportunities in the renewable and specifically to solar, what we have seen is demand has always been there. So, there were times when, you would go meet a client and propose a renewable project, and you need to do a lot of push because economies were not working out. Given present times, there is a lot of pull. People are trying to see how I can save money by doing solar. So, and which other business can provide you, consistent annuity-based returns assured, and more like an, sovereign guarantee kind of returns, because this sector has seen must-run status. This sector has, barring apart couple of exceptions and deviations, are largely, project receivables are good. So given all that, there's always a demand for this. So, what now we really need to see, how do we cater on the supply side as well. So if that supply and demand can be created with a balance. So let me come to the supply side. What we really need to do is maybe possibly for two things. We have been talking on the whole theme of Atmanirbhar, and how do we start manufacturing. And manufacturing also, I believe India should really now focus on abatement to the last extent, import abatement I'm saying. So possibly we were doing it for cell and modules. Now look at possibly wafer, possibly ingots, and then maybe possibly polysilicon as well. And we all have seen greater interest from 4 different players in the central government present PLI scheme on making solar panels from polysilicon stage itself. So given that kind of in backward integration, we really, that really calls that yes, we are very, very serious as in country on the Atmanirbhar side of the PV module manufacturing. Let's now do a little bit of Atmanirikshan side as well. So let's do self-assessment as well, rather than only self-reliance, that where do we stand, what are the gaps, and the gaps could be in various things. Now gaps could be in technology, skill set, manpower, power requirements to fulfill. How do we develop these fabs? Because so far whatever we have tried, we are not able to get to in successful semiconductor fabs in India for so many years. So how do we now develop polysilicon, etc., and get to a very, very holistic ecosystem of development for the PV manufacturing side? So those are things which we really need to do. Demand exists on the supply side, also do a little bit focus, which is where we fulfill our Honorable Prime Minister vision of Atmanirbhar. We have all capabilities for manufacturing those things. It's just a little bit of support from both industries and government, and we would be there. Other aspect where I feel, India has seen some good traction would be financing of these renewable energy projects and the investor interest. So among all the infrastructure sector, if there is one thing which is the most easy from a project finance perspective, would be the utility scale or the C&I renewable solar projects. If if you talk to any of those bankers who are funding large infra projects, they would definitely say that this is where they feel the most comfortable. Of course, there have been issues relating to PPAs sometimes, but given those as an exception, these are things which have created greater amount of interest not only from investors and large industrial houses from India, but a greater interest have come from global private equity, venture funds, long-term patient capital. So a lot of these large pension funds have shown interest in some large portfolios. So given all of that, where we are, there are a lot of opportunities which lies from a perspective of demand side, then from perspective of manufacturing, then and also from a perspective of project finance, and both, I would say, equity and debt. So all of those are what we have seen in last 10 years, and we have moved very, very successfully as a country. There remains few challenges, and which remains as on today also. These are capital intensive projects. We all know each megawatt right now also for solar costs 3 to 4 crores possibly. So we really need to figure out how do we bring down the capital cost given present situation we are in, where we are seeing an drastic increase in cost of solar panels, drastic increase in logistics cost, and also the cost of metals. So in the whole balance of system, you would see the prices for the module mounting structures have gone up, prices for cables have gone up, prices for transformers have gone up. So the whole balance of system pricing because your ultimate aim is that to maximize your generation and to reduce your capex and minimize your levelized cost of energy. So if you are able to fulfill these three things, you are able to fulfill the larger vision of bringing solar energy for a common man use. So these are some of those challenges which are more recent in maybe past 6-7 months or so, which we have faced as a country, possibly because most of our supplies were dependent on one particular country where the cost of the raw material has gone up, as well as we have seen geopolitical issues as well. So given all that, we really need to see how do we try and resolve all these aspects. And I feel we really need to see, for not only for solar panels but for the entire plant, how do we go to the last extent and do the backward integration so that we are able to reduce our dependence on any other supplier, any other country, or any other ecosystem which can then cause damage to our vision of as a country to grow 450 gigawatt by 2030. Land remains a problem for most solar developers, I would say. Although many of those state governments do have in single window clearance, etc. Many of the state governments and SECI have come up with the solar park schemes, but even then, there are few delays even in those solar parks, as well as we have seen, whenever you acquire private land, you have seen possible delays in that. The biggest challenge, I would say, for the renewable sector would have been the policy uncertainty. There in recent past, while we have a strong reverse auction policy, we have seen some of those flip-flops in policies, short-term incentives provided in terms of safeguard duty, which then came to as in long-term benefits for manufacturers in terms of basic customs duty, change in GST rates, a lot of these pending issues with change in law because of GST, because change in capex or other uncertainties which we have seen. So we really need to see how do we resolve and come back, because the biggest thing for an investor is an assured return. I mean, you can manage still with a lower return if it's assured. So you can plan your activities in such a way that, okay, instead of X, I would be making X minus returns, but at least those are assured returns. So that really need to be ensured that there's a policy which is available, which would remain available for a long period of time, because these projects are meant for in 25 years. So, given the nature of the projects, we really need to see how do we ensure that. Some of the other field which would be upcoming in the whole renewable thing we have seen renewable prices coming down to now 2 rupees, 2.5 rupees, etc. Now the challenge remains to how do we make this as round the clock power. So intermittency causes a couple of things. First is from a grid balancing perspective, and also from an overall transmission perspective. If your CUFs are the tune of 20-25%, but you really need to design your transmission system to carry the full power, because at any given point of time, a 100 megawatt system could give you 90-95 megawatt as well. So given all that, we really need to now see that how do we make these solar systems around the clock. And that remains as the biggest opportunity available for everyone in the renewable industry. A couple of ways, the most prominent ways which have come out would be the storage. Even in storage, there are multiple ways. The most prominent right now is battery storage, so electrochemical storage, and the pumped hydro, which have been evaluated. But there are other forms of mechanical storage, could be in terms of supercapacitor, could be flywheels. Multiple other forms of storage are available. But I would say right now, majority of industry players are focusing on two aspects. First is short duration battery storage, where you are able to store the power from renewable for duration of 3 to 5 hours. And then something like a long duration energy storage, and where you are able to store power when solar is not available. So to a tune of 15 to 16 hours kind of in storage capabilities. And that requires different kinds of chemistry, different technology. And that development is happening globally outside. But the majority of battery tech development is being focused towards mobility. We really now need to see how do we enhance global capacities for stationary storage as well. While mobility would remain and bigger focus for electric vehicles, but the stationary storage also now needed, and I mean it requires the attention which is deserved, and we will be able to get that. Another possibility is we really need to see how do we make these hybrid parks where we have solar, wind, other forms of renewable, put it together, co-located hybrid, and also see without even adding batteries, can we increase CUFs. Also, the requirement for batteries to those could be possibly lower compared to if it was just plain vanilla wind or solar. So that remains another opportunity for us going forward as an industry, that how do we make, co-locate, how do we make these hybrid systems for renewables. Now, those are some of those points which I thought, where we have been and where we intend to go as part of the renewable story. Let me come back on one of the problem what we face is, yes, the intermittency of renewable, and the other way to look at it is whenever it is generating, how can we still avoid the high cost of batteries and store power and serve the dual purpose. So other way is to convert these electrons to molecules, and the most prominent way to look at it would be the green hydrogen ecosystem. Now hydrogen as a fuel to pump various applications is nothing new. It's just that what we have been doing is more applications for gray hydrogen. Now the gray hydrogen is largely being generated in many processes, including SMR, which is steam methane reforming. And once you keep doing more carbon capture, you are converting it to more green. So if you do in CCS, from there, you are able to get to in blue hydrogen. So you generate in that way also, but you do some carbon capture, and then it's blue. Now, there are different shades of blue. People have been talking about even turquoise, depending on how you are extracting carbon and how much extent you are extracting carbon from there in the whole process, depending on that. But let me come back that why don't we do in zero carbon kind of a thing, which would then be a green hydrogen. Now, what do we mean by green hydrogen would be that you're supplying all your renewable power to do it with an electrolysis process and then converting the converting the electricity generated from renewable to an hydrogen from electrolysis process. So you're converting an electron to a molecule, and then that molecule could have multiple applications. The biggest challenge what remains with the whole green hydrogen ecosystem and the application. So let's speak on applications first, and then let me come back to challenges in the whole ecosystem. So if you think of a whole ecosystem for an hydrogen perspective, and if you divide it in 3 segments, which is possibly the upstream, midstream, and downstream. So on the upstream side, you have all the generation, which could be from all different renewable sources, wind, solar, hybrid, biomass. Add to that an element of storage because you need round-the-clock power for electrolysis process. That's all what you have on the upstream, which is generation. You electrolyze that, and then you are where you are is you generate the hydrogen. Now, what do you do with that hydrogen? Because it's difficult. The most difficult thing with hydrogen is its mass density, energy density, and other features, because of which it's difficult to store and transport it. Now, it can be done in 2 ways at this moment. First, you either liquefy that, you would require some pipeline for an whole transportation, or you in a gas form, then you do it within pipeline. So either you do it in pipelines or you do it in some insulated cylinders, possibly in carbon fiber. But even those things remain challenged given the nature, the way hydrogen gas is. It's almost, presently what we are able to get to the cost levels. Couple of challenges which remain with us on this would be, let me come to first the downstream side of it on the application, and then come to the challenges. So on the downstream side of it, you can use that hydrogen then for mobility. So you are again converting that hydrogen in fuel cell and then converting it back to electricity. So that application could be for long haul vehicles, specifically where your trucks, buses, etc., where batteries could have problems and fuel cell could prove to be more effective. That's mobility application. Hydrogen also has industrial applications and can be used in fertilizer, refineries, various places. And the only way we could achieve a deep decarbonization in the country, but just by adopting RE100, EV100, etc., will not be able to achieve to our net zero or decarbonization targets. But indeed, deep decarbonization would I presume possibly would be possible with the green hydrogen. So we really need to see how different industrial application adopt this usage of hydrogen in various furnaces they run, in various applications what they run, and 2 of the biggest industries where it can be used, let's say possibly 3 would be metal like steel, etc., then fertilizers, and then refineries. So I presume these 3 also could cause a greater amount of impact on our country if we start using hydrogen as fuel in most of the applications. Coming back to challenges, what it faces, while we can say all these technologies for fuel cells, electrolyzers, storage in terms of battery are in existence for quite some time, but why it has not taken in greater adoption is because of the cost economies. So possibly if you see the situation right now where we are, to generate a kg of hydrogen, we really need roughly 50 units. Now, if you take 4 rupees also as round the clock power, you're targeting 200 rupees, which is roughly around more than $2.50 in just the electricity cost. So if that's the case, how do we bring down this hydrogen where we are able to get it to a desired levels of $1 to $2 per kg? First and foremost would be you are able to get to a level of levelized cost of energy. So bring it down and make it round the clock, and bring it to a level most optimum for green hydrogen production at $1 to $2 per kg. The other aspect to look at it would be the cost of electrolyzer and EPC to do all that, where I feel a lot of these companies who are already working in the field of electrolyzers would be able to play a key role. There is a good amount of technological advancement happening there as well. Right now, the most prominent technology could be could be alkaline, but going forward, everyone is evaluating other forms like PEM, etc. as well. In a similar way, even on fuel cells, that's the case. So those are some of the things. Even in fuel cell, if you see, while you are converting it back to electricity, you would see that the round trip efficiency reduces to a greater extent. So the amount of hydrogen you feed, something like you would feed like 200 kgs odd to get to like 20 units or so. So even those, the overall round trip efficiencies works to like 50-60%. Now we really need to see how do we improve the round trip efficiencies. While the electrolysis process also can be done in ways which are decentralized and centralized both. So when I say centralized, you're getting all the power from one place and then doing a centralized electrolysis process at one of the location where you are putting up all your electrolyzer. Whereas in decentralized, it is you have some smaller electrolyzers where you are generating the renewable power, and then use that hydrogen which is generated through some pipelines, etc. So evaluation of both these ways needs to be done. We might have missed the bus for manufacturing for renewable, largely I would say solar PV, but we as a country in India have all possibilities to be a leader in green hydrogen, and possibly not satisfy our own requirements for that, but make in India and make by the Indians, and not only for India but for the world. And keeping that vision in mind, I would say we still have a long way how we can do production in the green hydrogen ecosystem. So those are some of the thoughts I thought let me share, and open if you have, if there are any questions from audience, which to my limited understanding I can answer, would be open for that.
Thank you for such an insightful session, Mr. Maheshwari. Do visit the exhibition hall to visit the virtual booths by our partners, data and analytics partner Refinitiv, and environment partner EKI Energy Services to explore the products and services they have in store for your business. You can also share your thoughts on social media using our event hashtag CWGreenPower. We now move on to our next panel discussion on financing clean energy with sustainable technologies. The panel will focus on discussing the Indian power investment gap scenario and strategies on how we will fill it. Few key options such as issuing green bonds, insurance of green projects, and third-party guarantees plays an important role in smooth sailing of clean energy financing. We have Mayank Gupta, Director Clean Tech Coverage, Standard Chartered Singapore, Rajesh Cherel, Chief Strategy Officer, Power Trading Corporation, Jayant Prasad, Executive Director, Seekers Finance, Dr. Dhruva Purapriyastha, India Director, Climate Policy Initiative, and Director, US India Clean Energy Finance Facility. This discussion will be moderated by Ranjit Pawar, Sales Director, South Asia, Refinitiv.
Good afternoon, everyone. A very warm welcome to all the panelists and our audience. And thank you, Amrita, for that introduction. With that, let me jump into the session by giving a little bit of context. I think the title of the session says it all. We are going to be discussing how clean energy is being financed in India. And we have an expert panel here today to talk to us about that and share with us some insights and views from their respective organizations and their own experiences. But just to give a little background, since, I work with Refinitiv, it's a pleasure for me to share that we have launched a sustainable finance innovation lab in Singapore very recently. And the multidisciplinary team in this lab is expected to create value by solving challenges for market participants across financial markets. This includes accelerating investment into green infrastructure projects, measuring climate risks, and also making ESG disclosure quicker and easier. I think similar to the London Stock Exchange Group, other market participants, data providers, and financial services firms are also making rapid advances into the sustainable finance space. And therefore, today's topic is very, very important because our session would be focused on exactly these questions which may be in your mind. And so let me start, with the first question just to build some context as well. So maybe I can turn to Dr. Purkayastha. And this question, I think, is on everybody's mind who's reading about the COP26 conference. So, Dr. Purkayastha, India aims to ensure renewable energy should contribute about 40% of its power capacity by 2030. However, as you are obviously aware, but even in the audience, people may be aware, the CO2 emissions will still be 90% higher than in 2015, going by the current trends. So while there are obvious reasons, why a developing country such as ours may not be able to hold back its infrastructure and growth plans, how do you see India solving for this contradiction of sorts? Would really love to hear your views, and then also, from the others if they would like to add any views to that.
Thank you, Ranjit. Interesting. Okay. Good afternoon to all of you. And just to start off with saying, okay, let me give this basis. So 40% renewable energy capacity was India's commitment, and that is, we are almost there, 37% right now. So the second commitment on NDC was the reduction of emissions intensity, 35%. I think as of now it's close to 30%. And so NDC gets met and forest covers have been increasing. So let's recognize the international commitments given by India and also recognize they are getting met way ahead of time, which is point number one. So the question is, if those commitments have incorporated 90% increase, then they were known then also, right? They were known then also. So it is leading to 90% increase, but NDC international commitments are getting met. Having said that, how can India decarbonize is your question. So therefore, if emissions are intensive, so that boils down to saying, how do emissions reduce in India from wherever they are? But at the backdrop, the international commitments given by India are being met. So we recognize that there is alignment, but may be called a paradox, as you are kind of saying that. But let me now unpack it. So how do you reduce this? So let's see, renewable energy capacity is being increased from, let's say, 200 gigawatt to 450. So that makes a huge difference. One, that's your starting point. So how do you reduce emissions? So the pillar number one of reduction of emissions is to electrify every requirement of energy of an economic activity. So what's the next step? So there is generation of emissions from electricity. They are scaling up renewable. So gradually the share of renewable will go up and therefore emissions, and we are talking 20-30 year trajectory. Next, we come to emissions from transport. So emissions from transport happen because of burning of fossil fuels. And here we are talking of petrol and diesel. Now that part is a policy that is shifting to EV. Now the question therefore, the EV is going to get charged by coal, electricity over there. Yes, but gradually that charging would necessarily shift to solar power. So charging will become distributed electricity. So that contributes to the next set. The third thing that contributes to emissions is industry. So the industry can reduce its emissions, which is typically classically called scope 1, and scope 2 is what is controllable. There is a scope 3 also, but scope 1 and scope 2 is scope 1, what you produce in CO2 yourself. And who are the major contributors? Steel, cement, and maybe a few other engineering industries or aluminum you can put in. Fertilizer, petrochem. Now where does that works to is an aspect of switching fuels. So what did we talk of? We talk of electrify heating, electrify your lighting, electrify cooling. And on the other side, you are making your electricity cleaner and cleaner. So that is step number one. What is step number two? Is reduce the consumption of electricity. So India has a BE, Bureau of Energy Efficiency program, a PACT program, bringing those standards into place, and therefore energy efficiency is being driven. So you reduce your consumption of electricity. Third, you have a transport, you have an EV mission in place, and you have charging stations being set up, and you have a government procurement which is going around to create demand on the other side. So that is the direction for transport emissions. Finally, on the industry side, you have a hydrogen mission, including hydrogen power obligations coming, green hydrogen obligations. So what have you done? Your entire comprehensively, your trajectory in India is clean electricity, reduce electricity consumption, switch the fuels wherever is possible. There would be areas where it cannot be switched, but all of this contribute. Just like to end over here, that yes, it needs some more changes for sure. Distributed electricity contributes, and distributed electricity is key. Distributed electricity with storage, the storage, and it can go completely off grid. So that is one area that attention is required. Then you have grid connected storage. That's another area that you need to look at. And possibly you need to look at changing fuels wherever is possible, producing green hydrogen. I think that is getting embarked on. So we put all of this together. I can't give you a number or a time frame, but I can tell you that these are the pathways through which this direction of your question is the strategic direction that is being taken. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you very much, Dr. Purkast. I think that was immensely useful, and looks like we are headed in the absolutely right direction. Like you said, it's now the effort that counts, and which will show how close we remain to our target consistently. So thank you very much. Just picking up a point from what you shared, and which was around electric vehicles, transportation going electric as one of the key vectors for this change. Let me go to Mayank. Mayank, you are from Standard Chartered Bank, and you are in the business of financing various projects, but I'm sure clean energy is one of the big opportunities or emerging opportunities for your organization as well. So coming to an example like battery storage, for example, how do you see those players getting financed as part of your overall commitment as a bank to financing clean energy?
Thanks, Ranjit, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here amongst all the esteemed panelists. I'll just take a step back, Ranjit, right? If you look at Standard Chartered or most foreign banks or financiers today, right, all of them have in a way sort of moved out of financing thermal coal or anything to do with coal, right? So in 2019, SCB announced that it will not do any more coal financings globally for greenfield projects, right? And we haven't done anything. And then last year in 2020, we made a global announcement that we will over 2020 to 2024, 5 years, finance and facilitate about $35 billion worth of financings only in the clean energy space, right? So on an average, $7 billion worth of financing and facilitation. Today, we are just 18 months since that announcement, and I'm proud to say that we have already met 50% of our target, right, in just 18 months, which was a 5-year target. So SCB is very, very active when it comes to clean energy. There is a very strong support right from our board, from our CEO, from the senior management to not only help new players who are into renewables, but even some of our existing clients to transition from carbon intensive industries to clean energy, right? Like oil and gas players, steel players, metal and mining players, right? So there is a lot of focus within the bank to finance that. And in the last 18 months, we've been active across clean energy, whether it's solar, whether it's onshore wind. We have done a lot of offshore wind financings, not in India, but in some of the other parts of the world. You mentioned battery storage. That is really one thing we are really looking out. It's still, in its infancy, to be very honest, outside EVs. For grid storage, it is really in its infancy in most markets, but we have actually done a couple of projects with grid storage, with lithium ion batteries as well. And obviously, moving on, as Dhruv also mentioned, we are focusing on green hydrogen, carbon capture and storage. So a lot of these technologies are completely up the anvil for us. And we are very, very, excited to participate in this whole transition journey.
Sure. Thanks, Mayank. Glad to hear that. And with that, let me ask Rajesh. Rajesh, PTC India also has a financial services arm. And how do you see that, being leveraged again to, finance clean energy? Are there any plans or insights that you could share with us? Also, maybe any challenges that you foresee, for financial services? Over to you.
When I look at financing in this whole space, you have to segment it into multiple smaller pieces. One, there is the traditional wind, solar generation infrastructure or the transmission infrastructure. It's fairly stable in terms of underwriting, in terms of forecasting cash flows. Earlier we used to have an FIT regime, now we have this tariff auctions. What we are facing challenges is in terms of these tariffs getting lower and lower. So the tenor of the debt financing needs to increase or it needs to be sculpted backwards. And all that risk the lender has to take. And the lender is supposed to finance 75-80% of the project from the binary stage to the operation stage. So maybe this requires tackling it through an IDF at a later stage, takeout financing at other stage, none of which has taken up has increased scale as far as funding this segment is concerned. NBFCs are challenged by the cost of their funds. And increasingly the RBI regulations for NBFCs is making NBFCs converge to banks. So while their costs are not reducing, their compliance costs are increasing, they are increasingly being asked to participate in a market which demands lower and lower credit costs. So that's the challenge on the traditional side of it. Then comes these newer segments. Our subsidiary has also funded a couple of electric vehicles, but these are concession agreements, right? Electric buses that certain municipalities or states have given concessions for. But you look at it more like a standard toll agreement or a concession agreement and look at cash flows again in terms. And there again, the approach is that we do not have a great experience in underwriting such projects because frankly, there are not enough precedents in India. So what you are doing it is you are looking at the sponsor right now, looking at the quality of the sponsor. Let's say it's a fund that is backed by developmental financial institutions and they have set this platform up. You look at the track record of the management team and do it. But there is no great underwriting. So there is a whole lot of challenges involved in funding this. Green hydrogen, for example, is not commercially viable at all. Even if I was to do battery storage today, I club it with a RE project which is bidding under an RTC power model. And then I look at and there the battery is sized substantially smaller than the capacity of the plant. And only then it is viable. So these are various kinds of challenges because in India, frankly, we talk about this carbon issuance, carbon capture. There is no clear, strong mandate for externality financing. So you finance a project based on the techno-commercial cash flows, which is the contract, the concession agreement and stuff like that. So if somebody was, for example, there was a regulation to introduce FGDs in thermal plants, right? Now it's fine to fund an FGD, but FGD is not going to give me extra cash flows as a lender. So it's good from a carbon perspective, it's good from an environment. So how do you correctly price that? I'm not saying it is not being priced. We have RE certificates, we have RPO obligation, we have PAT schemes, we have all e-certs, all kinds of things, but not at the scale and not at the correct pricing. So the challenge for wholesale lending is all of these. All of these different segments have their own bespoke challenges and they need bespoke address. You need redressal mechanisms to address that. And in the initial phase especially, we need a lot of government support on the externality financing kind of an element. And only then will this take off.
Thanks, Rajesh. I think it's great to also hear, some of the challenges or, what could kind of slow us down. So thank you for, sharing your insights on that. Before I move to the next question, just wanted to share a small finding, small but significant finding from one of our recent FTSE Russell reports. This was a report on sustainable investing, and we had surveyed asset owners community, which includes insurance companies, wealth firms, family office, and similar other players in the global markets. The results were quite astounding because 2/3 of the asset owners who were interviewed, they shared that their decision with regards to sustainable investment options was guided largely by mitigation of long-term investment risks. This is apart from the more obvious and important concerns related to climate change or carbon. And this is a report, which has several other findings that maybe, all of you on the panel, but even our audience would love to go through. It's a FTSE Russell report available on its website. So with that, Jayant, let me come to you. You're from Seekers Finance, and you are in a very niche kind of segment. You've chosen to kind of, focus on sustainable financing as, your core market segment. Now, how do you see that shaping up, both, the market itself and a position for niche players such as yourself? You could also share a little bit of, the journey for Seekers Finance with us here.
Sure. Thanks, Ranjit. And sorry, I don't want this to be a plug for Seekers. But first of all, I think thanks, Dhruvo. You had colored the perspective from the overall NDC and the country objectives very well. So appreciate that. And thanks to Mayank and Rajesh for coloring how utility scale financing is actually allowing India to put the kind of capacities it needs to put, right? Now, when we looked at this segment about 4 years back when we started lending, we saw two things which we felt that there could be a niche for us. We are sustainability focused. Our mission is sustainability, but we are a for-profit, right? We are not paid because we are sustainable. We are paid because we are viable. So we looked at two things. We realized that India has a very well-developed market, and Rajesh did talk about a lot of second-order issues there, but very well-developed market when it comes to utility-scale financing. Once government auctions start, once corporate large-size projects start, the finance industry has got well-established methodologies of how to fund it and get capital into it. Where the gap occurs is when a technology or a business model is new, there are a lot of actual and perceived risks which come in, and it's not worth the time invested by a lending institution to experiment debt money learning that, right? Or the return on effort is not enough for a lender, right? So you can do one or two, but you don't know how to scale it. The second corollary to that is when projects are smaller. So when you're talking about, Dhruva talked about distributed solar, and we're talking about electric vehicles, right? Suddenly you're moving from $100 million projects or $50 million projects to a ticket size of $10,000, $50,000, $100,000, right? It is those don't go into project financing paradigms. You need aggregation play out there. So we put our bet on two areas that we will have newer technologies and business models coming in this over the next couple of decades as India transitions to clean fuels, and in fact changes the way that there is a whole way of working for things like mobility and even say process heat. And second, that there will always be an aggregation play before the scale becomes large enough for the mainstream lenders to step in. And from the mainstream lenders perspective, for international bond market players or domestic bond markets to step in, right? So that's where Seekers' journey has been focused. We started with rooftop solar and energy access. We are rapidly doing electric mobility, and the exact same challenges which Rajesh was highlighting is what we deal on a day-to-day basis. We are dealing with early stage companies, startups, technologies. We don't work with non-viable technologies. We only fund technologies once economics are viable, the technology risk is out, the unit economics are proven, but we then do the heavy lifting to get the support the enterprises as they scale. We are actively looking at waste, we are actively looking at energy efficiency, water, many other segments in the sustainability sandbox, because all of those have to be answered for India to move to a true net zero kind of a situation rather than aspirationally moving in a positive direction. So I'm pausing there.
Sure, thanks, Jen. So I think great points there again, that it has to be the viability which has to be another key factor, and not merely the fact that it's a renewable energy, technology or source. So thanks for sharing that. I'd also like to bring everyone's attention to the fact that, ESG is becoming, an increasingly often heard topic. And in India, there are at least 5 to 6, mutual funds today in which investors seem to be, slowly but steadily kind of investing their funds into. Now, even as of yesterday, in fact, SEBI floated a consultative paper on making sure that, ESG funds have better disclosures there is more clarity around the strategy of those funds, how they intend to, kind of keep their strategy focused on ESG and not kind of allow that to be diluted. Now, with that context, if I may ask, and probably all of you can, kind of chip in there, if I may ask you that, how do you see India as a market? What should India as a market be doing to attract more investment into the ESG space, more global investment, which also seems to be, geared for the ESG space? Would just like to probably go around the table and, take thoughts from everyone that is there something that we should be doing differently as a market? So maybe I can go back to, Dhruva, start with him and then come to the others.
Oh, thanks. Thank you, Ranjit. Okay. My initial response is, yeah, I mean, it is a question of scale. What is the AUM of mutual funds in India? Must be around 4 lakh crore. What is the pool of ESG funds? Would be 20,000 crore. So we are talking of, yeah, I mean, I am not saying that ESG funds should not disclose better. They should disclose better. But at the same point of time, significantly mutual funds also are domestic savings which are getting mobilized. So by creation of ESG funds, yeah, I'm sure others might have a different view and perfectly acceptable. I think we need to try and create an investor awareness to green. So if you look at the capital mobilization, mutual funds in India gets significantly driven by domestic capital inflows, right? Hugely driven by domestic savings. So therefore, the need is, if you have ESG, better disclosure, but where is the question of enlightenment and probably a degree of evangelism on the quote unquote, I say the investor fraternity, which has gone up and even during the pandemic has risen significantly for market investors, retail and institutional, and there has to be a consciousness of that sort to put it into ESG funds. I mean, this is where I can say at the same point of time, typically these funds are equity funds. And let's also understand that for any investment to happen, equity is a small part of it, right? So equity starts if typically debt makes the, what should I say, debt makes the investment or the green investment happen. And that's where Mr. Chirail and Jayant to come in at that point, and their points were very valid in trying to say that how do you link it to debt when this viability is not there? And ultimately there is a question. See, ultimately bad credit is not good for anyone. And I recognize these points which Rajesh and Jayant, Rajesh made it directly very clearly that there is no externality financing, which means it is financed on viability, but we are looking to private capital across the risk continuum to fulfill a global public good, which is where is the basic contradiction. So if you do not finance externality, they need to come from the governments of the world. Only then would this lending, and they need to be compensated. Rajesh and Jayant need to be compensated for the incremental risk or perceived risk being taken for the capital to get diverted. I think ESG funds will have a very small role to play.
Okay. Thanks, Dhruva. I think both points very valid, that it has to be the investment community that needs to become aware for that investment to come. And as far as the financing risk is concerned, the government needs to play a proactive role in kind of supporting, those financial services providers who are venturing into this space, which is still full of unknowns, one could say. So thanks for that. Mayank, you are based out of Singapore, a very developed market. I think we could look at some, views from you that is there something different you are seeing in that market with regards to, how investors view this whole ESG space. And when I say ESG, we are obviously focusing more on the E of that ESG, but sustainable financing as a whole. Do you see that as a big investment area?
Ranjit, so firstly, I agree entirely with what Ruba said, right? I think ESG funds per se, there is a lot of greenwashing, so to say, happening, right, by using the word ESG with everything associated. But if you start auditing, most of these funds are not really deploying capital in funds which are doing anything around ESG in a way, right? There was a study anecdotally where some of the ESG funds out of Singapore were audited, which were found to be investing in coal companies in China, right? So just goes on to say that I think the ESG fund itself has become a little bit of a bad name, but I think one thing I can say, right, from a foreign capital perspective and both equity and debt, I will take example, right? There is a lot of enthusiasm from foreign investors to deploy equity into India, deploy debt into India, right? From an equity perspective, we speak with sovereign wealth funds, the likes of GIC, Temasek, Adia, right? Pension funds, the Canadian pension funds, asset managers like BlackRock, Apollo. All of them are actually very keen to deploy billions of dollars into India. I think the challenge comes is, they don't see a lot of policy certainty, right? While on one hand, you do a lot of good deeds like National Solar Mission, SECI, long-term PPAs. But on the other hand, you have things like SGD, BCD, then the GIB effect, which came into Rajasthan, states not signing PPAs, not honoring. These are things I feel are almost like an own goal in a way, right? If those things do not happen and there is, consistency that when I'm putting in capital, I know that my capital is assured, right? There will a lot more capital come into the equity space. And even on the debt side, right, foreign lenders are very, very keen to deploy. But I think what happens is generally there is a preference to lend in dollars, and that is more RBI driven. There's a lot of restrictions when you come to borrow in foreign currency in India, right? Like your minimum average life, maximum pricing, what it could be used for, not for, right? To me, if you really want to bring in a lot more lenders to fund your green energy or clean energy projects, you cannot have so much restriction. Like for example, Singapore market does not have any sort of restrictions if you want to deploy capital, right? But in India, you have to think 100 times whether you are in compliance with the regulation, banking policies. So those things, at least if there is so much focus on decarbonization and all, then some of those things need to give way in my view.
Rajesh, any thoughts on both ESG and also the last point which, Mayank just made around how foreign capital, faces challenges coming into India, and especially in this space where you pointed out, the existing challenges. Any views?
So as PTC and our subsidiary PTC Financial, we are both listed. So we are grappling with this ESG issue even now. And we have an extremely high FII base. And although I agree with Mayank that sometimes ESG focus is all about greenwashing, you need to have documents, compliances and procedures without actual intent going into it. But at least the conversation has started. You mentioned the SEBI regulation, right? Our annual report only used to have the BR statement, the business responsibility. Now we are going to have a BRSR statement going forward from April 1 to 2022. So it's just a conversation and it will force companies to think. For example, we are now currently in the middle of building our own ESG policy to be adopted by the board. It's a way of thinking, it's a way of functioning. Somebody told me a tobacco company, which is in Nifty, it's very high on the ESG scores. So you can all debate about what it is, but the positive that I take out of it is that the conversation has started. And there's a lot of FIIs who, even if their heart is not in it, they are demanding that we have some kind of an ESG policy and comply with it. And globally, if you look at it, ESG funds are now crossed trillions of dollars. And even if, as Mayank said, they are just doing lip service to the whole concept or their heart is not behind it, everybody chases returns. Financial community is all about making money. But at least the conversation is there. People are putting in processes and documentation. So it's a start. And I think it's a good start. And it is all integrated. Even if we don't achieve, if we aim for the moon and end up at the treetop, we are fine. We should be doing something about it. So that's the positive aspect of it.
Sure. Do you see that, evolving eventually towards ESG bonds or, some kind of debt instruments in the Indian market?
So green bonds, if you look at some of the larger renewable energy IPPs, I don't want to mention names here, but just Google it and you'll find that a lot of green bonds have been issued. And green bonds, dollar terms have been issued. You could have issued masala bonds as well, because frankly, this market offers something which no other market offers, which is yield. And I know there are regulatory inconsistencies. We are suffering. We have a sub that has the same issues that Mayank mentioned, PPA being reneged upon or not being honored upon. But this is still a market which offers yield to a world that is yield hungry. So even a green bond, even if it's 150, 200 basis points lower than a typical normal bond, there's still a high enough yield that this market offers. And some of the yields that you have seen these renewable energy IPPs raise, that's not a joke. It's actually very, very good. And especially if you have an operational portfolio and you refinance it, actually it boosts returns. It encourages that there is a market to do this. Although it carries with itself a refinancing risk, because the tenor of these bonds is either 5 years, 7 years. I've not seen anything on 10 years. So that's another limitation of these bonds. But these bonds are there, but only the larger boys have done it. It is not as if this market is accessible to all and sundry. So the big platforms with a huge portfolio, they are able to access this. The point about this dollar investments, see, RBI sits on huge forex reserves, and it's an unconventional situation. If there is a way to monetize that forex reserve to hedge these dollar bonds and keep the IPPs insulated and the lender insulated, there's a huge opportunity. You can do something with it. I don't know the right solution. I don't know the right, because we don't have capital account convertibility, but at least you can monetize some of that reserves to do some of these things. You can customize solutions.
Right. Thank you, Rajesh. Thanks for that. Jayant, any thoughts? Do you see ethical investing or, ESG investing becoming a trend? Do you agree with, the other views, or is there something you'd like to add to that?
Sure. And thanks. I think three heavyweights have spoken before me, so I'm just going to take a step back and reflect, right? Otherwise, I might be echoing what they've said. When we are looking at the 30-year 2040 scenario, 2040 if you take, 2x infrastructure will actually get built in the next 20 years. So total infrastructure invested fixed asset base of vehicles, power plants, industry, factory, housing will be 3x of what it is today in 2040. So are we really talking about splitting the pie and saying that, okay, one X goes to this, Y goes to this, Z goes to this, or are we talking about splitting the future growth? So that's the first thing we need to reflect on, right? Because if you're splitting the pie, that's a problem which is faced by most developed countries with zero or negative interest rates. The markets have matured, the populations have tapped out, the income levels have stabilized, right? So they are really saying, okay, I'll move investment from A bucket to B bucket, I'll stop doing this and start doing this. India is having that 3x conversion possibility, right? Now, how do you spur demand in that for clean energy transition? Here, if those are not yet built, whatever you encode today, tomorrow, next 5 years, will drive the investment demand, right? So once you talking about demand creation, that's the kind of demand creation possible. If you mandate that, it only vehicles have to be deployed, or energy efficiency has to be increased, the pace of energy efficiency achievement has to be increased, or 400 gigawatt solar is actually happening, or you're transporting 20 million solar pumps rather than trying to do 100,000 solar pumps at a time, right? So there is a significant demand which is present, which is in the future. A key role which government has been trying to play, but we haven't seen much translate compared to earlier industrialization or licensing avatars, right? When we brought in car manufacturing for the first time, or insurance for the first time, it was all linked to technology transfers. Cars were technology transferred. You had the whole ecosystem set up by people like Suzuki and Ford. You had insurance industry. Everyone was partnered with some global insurer, and they brought in practices. We are sort of going it alone when we are doing solar mobility and all these things, right? Why is technology transfer not having a bigger role in cementing what we need to do from 2020 to 2040? Stated ambition is there. Delivered ambition is what I'm saying, right? So that will itself create a significant investment demand. And if demand is happening, investors will follow. We have heard maybe the big boys get it, but at least there are investors who are ready to take the demand. If demand is not there, then people are just trying to split the same roti. And then you have the parable about the two cats fighting on the roti and the monkey coming and splitting it, right? So that's not really what we're talking about. We're saying there is a whole set of consumers coming. The second aspect there is, when seekers is concerned, when we are looking at sustainability, ESG is not what we are focusing at. We are focusing on climate investors. We do not want to touch ESG investors in general, because ESG can be done by G, it can be done by S. Before starting Seekers, I used to be running a microfinance portfolio, wonderfully fulfills women empowerment and poverty alleviation. An ESG fund has so many choices, right? It's got a pizza. It's like, you say fast food is one product. It's not one product. You have pizza, you have a burger, you have fries, you have this, you have that, right? You have desi fast food like dosas and all. So in ESG is like, you have a whole fast food menu. We are focused on climate funds. What we have seen is right now the global climate investors are happy to do large bets on established, and it could be, as Ranjit, you pointed out, they're looking at long-term risk mitigation. So they want to trust large pools of established brands, large financial institutions or large developers. But when it comes to the mid-size or small size, right, there suddenly we find yield hungriness coming in. The same person who's ready to take a 4 or 5% yield on a major player may want a 12% yield on a distributed portfolio or a e-mobility portfolio. And we say that in the Indian HNI market also, same behavior is there, right? So climate is for allocating, but yield return is as if it was not climate, right? So if we want it to be transitioned, it has to move from allocating because I'm getting my yield, but let me buy climate, versus I am having to give, if I want climate transition to happen in India, this is the yield I'm going to get. Because 12% dollar term returns are not going to let you finance rooftop solar portfolios or mobility fleets or those kind of things. You need the return, the spreads need to compress for it to be viable, right? So saying three things again. One, there is a lot of scope of demand creation by tech transfer agreements, both public sector and private sector. Private sector, some movement has happened. Public sector, a lot of intent. Maybe Dhruba is more clued into this, so you can color. Then you have to focus on climate investors if you want clean energy transition to be funded or sustainability transition to be funded. Otherwise, there is enough to choose in India for an investor who has got a broader scope of ESG, right? And third, there is a absence of yield sensitivity for smaller ticket investment in climate investors as visible to us. We may be told what we don't want to hear, possible, but there is a gap, right? So if someone takes a 4% yield on a large 1 gigawatt solar portfolio, when they move to distributed, the yield spread should not move by more than 150, 200 basis points. That's how the domestic market prices when we're talking about bank debt. It just jumps beyond, right? So that's something which will help spread out the thing from beyond government auction led to actually market led, right? Because why we are excited about distributed is deployment is market led. It is not dependent on government auction announcement. And it is multiplicity of technologies. It's not locked to one solar only or wind only or hydel only, right? But then that multiplicity has to be serviced by cost appropriate capital from purpose focused investors.
Sure. Thanks, Jen. Thanks. I think you covered some great points there. Just picking on that last point you made around the multiplicity, and because there's, the financing community as well as investing community on this, call right now, even in the audience, I just wanted to go to Dhruba and ask a question which probably opens up some ideas, opportunities for everyone. That which segments of the sustainable technology space, wind, solar, and I'm sure there are, several sub-sectors of that, where do you see the biggest opportunities from an Indian perspective?
Well, let's look at it like this. See, I am not informed enough to comment on which technology would find its place. Because if I talk about, let me just give you an example. When we talk about EVs, we have battery lithium ion, we have solid state batteries, which also apparently need lithium, and lithium is only 4 countries. So we are not sure at this stage. But when you come to traction, then again these batteries do not work. You need fuel cells over there. And if you need fuel cells, that means you need hydrogen. Now this entire ecosystem is where what I am basically saying, and let me just supplement Jan's point. How do you create demand for what is not there, and what will get scaled up is public procurement. That's the point I'm trying to. The demand gets created by public procurement. What has happened in renewable? Who is procured? It is the public sector which has procured. capacity getting created? What is happening in EVs? It's a mass scale procurement of buses. So you see how the supply chain follows. Finance, okay, let's understand. Finance is very reasonably technology averse. I would not even say agnostic. It is actually technology averse. It is innovation averse too, and maybe rightly so, because finance does not support innovation very clearly. So when we look to finance to supporting innovation, that is not going to happen. That is what Jayant is telling you. That is what Rajesh is telling you. So from a scaling up technologies, these choices of which renewable energy is here to stay, solar is here to stay, and they have increased, battery costs will go down, they are going down. What changes the economics is scale. Technology improves it slightly. As you go down the scale, your economies of scope and scale both come in, and that is where it becomes financeable to all three of Standard Chartered, to PTC Financial, to Seekers, depending on the scale that you're trying to address, depending on the geography that you are trying to address. Now that's a play will have to be watched out, but the demand needs to be created here clearly by a lot of public procurement. And I want to again reiterate the point here is debt financing to support these technologies, because perceived innovation increases the risk by any metric that we measure or the regulator wants you to measure. It is not that whether Jayant feels or Mayank feels or Rajesh feels, it's what the regulator wants you to do. Regulator wants you to do credit ratings. Who say that you need history? It is like driving a car looking at the rear view mirror. And when the rear view mirror does not show you, that the ratings do not give you that level of ratings for them to invest or to lend. And therefore, you need a routing of subsidy, which I think Rajesh indicated in saying, how can it be done partly by use of Forex, but that's for a separate discussion. I have some structures which I can. It was attempted 10 years ago. They have not succeeded, but it is the IFCL. When I was working with them from the World Bank, it was an incorporated entity in UK, which was capitalized by a small amount of Forex reserve. But leaving that aside, there is some way. The linkage important for the financing to close is the pricing of carbon. How you price it, where you price it, that's not the point. Whether you tax it or whether you extract it from some other way, route the carbon pricing or the subsidies and direct that to Mayank, Rajesh and Jayant. That's where you close the loop. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm on mute. Thank you, Dhruva. I'll just check if we have any questions from the audience. Maybe Aditi, Amrita, would you probably help us if there are any questions from the audience?
We have time for one question. There has been an increase in GST recently and also solar tariff to go up by 20 to 25 paise in the forthcoming bids. What is your take on this?
And if the increase in tariff is a reflection of the true taxes, then it doesn't matter, right? We're neutral. So whatever increase will happen will go as taxes. So it's a part of the transaction. The underlying transaction itself doesn't get affected. All it does is the optics changes when the tariff increases, right? And if there is an incremental advantage for a lender who is predicting cash flows incorporating the tariff, then the financing changes. Otherwise, if it's a neutral thing, it is just a reflection of the taxes. It doesn't make anything. If the cost increases, in fact, if the cost increases, the capex increases because it's a material cost, and my underlying tariff does not increase, then there is a problem. If the tariff increases to reflect the cost, then I'm neutral both ways.
My only comment there will be that discounts have become so sensitive to every paisa of tariff that we are seeing like some 20-25 gigawatt of PPAs not getting signed, right, which were awarded some 6-9 months back. And now if tariffs were to go up again by 25 paisa and let's say touch 2.5 rupees, we might auction these, but the PPAs will never get signed in my view, because discounts have got a habit of seeing 2 rupees and 2 rupees 10 paisa sort of PPAs.
I thank our panel members for an engaging panel discussion. I also thank them for taking out time to share their insights and expertise with us at the Schneider Electric Presents Green Power Summit 2021, supported by Construction Week. I urge our audience to post questions in the Q&A tab, which is on the top right side of the auditorium screen. You can also share your thoughts on social media using our event hashtag CWGreenPower.
The world is full of people telling you who to believe they are. Well, we thought we'd tell you who we're not. Let's start here. We're not in shipping. We don't make lifts. Seriously, no lifts. We do this. We're good at this. And we make all of these. And even though you'll find us here and here, we don't make energy. We make you save it. And you'll be saving the environment too. Are we an internet company? Well, we connect and power just about everything around you, helping machines talk to each other and to you, making your world more personal. We're seeking out the big questions and answering them honestly. Like, how can we make the most of our energy and resources? Or can we make access to energy and digital basic human rights? We're real people, employees, developers, partners, investors, and inventors, all passionate about doing what's right. We're open. Humans of all sorts from all over, learning from each other and about each other. We're not here to save the world. It'll go on with or without us. We're here to help power and connect what you do every day, to ensure life is on everywhere, for everyone at every moment.
We now move on to our last panel discussion on boosting net zero emissions beyond solar and wind energy. Globally, everyone is talking about zero carbon emissions and all the countries are trying to reduce their greenhouse gases. Although renewable energy is the way to go for all, learn the new inventions in renewable energy, whether in solar or wind, and how these new technologies can help. We have Hemant Malia, Senior Program Lead, CWW, Dr. Clementine Chambon, Co-founder and CTO, Urja Development Solutions, United Kingdom, Jaideep Malviya, Founder and Secretary General, Solar Thermal Foundation of India, Prashant Mathur, CEO, Sattvic Green Energy. This session will be moderated by Netra Valavalkar, Director, Customized Energy Solutions. Over to you, Ms. Valavalkar.
Thank you, Amrita, for the introduction, and thank you, organizers, for arranging this panel. And the topic of the session is boosting net zero emissions. As Amrita said, that this is kind of a net zero decarbonization is a buzzing word, especially at the background of upcoming COP26 summit, which is starting in a couple of days. And world has actually experienced climate change recently pretty much at everywhere. And I would say that in the last decade, it was still the kind of a discussion or debate that whether climate change is real or not. But now we all are aware that it is real and we have to take the action. Basically, net zero by definition refers to whether nations' emissions are compensated by absorption or removal of greenhouse gas emissions from the atmosphere. And as you must be aware that UK is the first country who put it into law basically to have the target of going net zero by 2050. And Bhutan is our neighboring country and they are by nature net zero because of their huge forest cover. India is not yet there to have target for net zero, but we are doing pretty much everything to reduce our emissions and having sustainable energy transition. So India is a part of Paris agreement where it was discussed to have a 1.5 degree temperature rise, limiting it to 1.5 degree as compared to pre-industrial evolution. And India has committed to reduce the emission intensely by at least 33% by 2030 as compared to 2005 level. And as we all are aware that we are taking leadership, India is the 5th global country to have renewable energy deployments. We are already at the 100 gigawatt installed capacity of renewable energy. Although in terms of energy share, we are only 12 to 13%, and we have a long way to go. And in terms of new technology, I would say that India has understood the role of energy storage technologies, which will ultimately help renewable energy to grow faster. And you must be aware that SECI has come up with 1000 megawatt hour BESS tender, and in fact today they are going to have a pre-bid meeting about that. Other thing is India also has initiative around electric mobility and having 30% of EVs by 2030, which is also going to help reducing emissions from the atmosphere. India has a PAT scheme which talks about efficiency and reducing the actually energy consumption and thereby reducing the emissions. And other thing is not just about the electrical industry, but addressing the overall energy industry. India also has a green hydrogen economy transition, and they have a mission around it. So I'm thankful to all the panelists for joining this panel. And in this panel, we will definitely try to address some of these points, mainly focusing on Indian context around green energy transition and also touching upon for some of the international aspect. So starting with the panel, I would like to invite Mr. Prashant Mathur. Prashant, you have been working with the renewable industry for a long time. And can you talk about new technologies being implemented on grid scale energy storage or grid scale renewable energy projects? Over to you, Prashant. If you can unmute yourself, Prashant.
Thank you very much, Netra, and good afternoon, everyone. So yes, so solar mission is a big part of the renewable energy. Out of 175 gigawatt of renewable energy, those 100 gigawatt was solar's share, and now with the national, the Prime Minister's vision of 450 gigawatt, about 320 gigawatt is solar. So solar plays a big part. India being a solar rich country with over 300 solar days, obviously has to bank very much on solar. Now solar, obviously a lot of this is dependent on the large scale utility scale projects. So, India, in terms of technology, is very much in line with what globally is happening on the utility scale projects. So, recent, technologies, whatever is happening globally, is, you have limited land and you want to make the most out of the installation. So, earlier it used to be in terms of solar panels used to be more on the multi-crystalline technology, but it has moved now to monocrystalline and then to multi-busbar technology, and from P-type it is now future moving towards N-type. So that's more on how much conversion efficiency. So the more you convert, the more energy you produce. So these are the new technologies which are being worked on. Then India has traditionally been on fixed tilt in terms of structures which were installed, and globally, they have been more trackers. And so now India is moving also towards the trackers technology, which is single tilt and dual axis, and those, so that the tracker basically means that the solar panel moves along with the direction of the movement of the sun. So that also helps in enriching more and more energy. Also, O&M plays a big part, which is operations and maintenance in a utility scale project. So O&M used to be very manual, which has now moved into robotics, and the developers now realize that maintenance, proper maintenance can actually get them a lot of additional revenue, which was not looked out. And India, because a lot of these installations happens in the desert area as well, wherein there's a lot of scaling on the modules. So robotics and new technologies wherein there's less scaling on the modules are also getting in. So these are the new technologies wherein India is now focusing on to the output on the solar power plants.
And I would like to ask one more question, since you talked about actual O&M and actual this having the more conversion from the project. So could you talk a little bit about the DC to AC ratio? Because is there any limitation technically, or is there any limitation on regulatory side on having higher DC panels behind the inverter and having limited connectivity with the AC side? Could you throw little light on that as well?
Yeah, normal AC to DC ratio hovers somewhere between 1.2 to 1.4, so 20 to 40% loading. That depends on the location and the site, and obviously the kind of a PPA the developer has signed or the EPC company has signed. So it would depend on where the location is. So normally if you are in a high radiation zone, then the loading can be higher. So that's how it works.
Okay, sure. And just one more follow-up question, that when as a developer, are there any challenges or limitations with having this renewable projects on the land, or on the having the land clearance, or having the connectivity? Are there any challenges that you would like to talk about that should be addressed on a regulatory or policy side? I know a lot of things are already happening in the positive way, but I would also like to ask you on what needs to be done going forward.
In terms of challenges, obviously, these scale of projects which are happening, obviously, challenges are multifold, and every project has different set of challenges, obviously. But I think the biggest challenge, obviously, is we have too much of in terms of supplies. From a developer point of view, I think it's too much of dependence on the China. I think government is taking care of it now, wherein promoting a lot of Make in India, but it will take some time. Also, there has been a lot of things which have been happening on a state side. So when you have a central policy, I think things has to happen in terms of the guarantees and all from the central government, and there have been a lot of PPAs which have not been honored, and which have backtracked because of the policy changes which have happened. There have been some really good rated government state governments that have also kind of worked out. So when a developer invests, a project takes about 2 to 3 years to get on the ground, and if there is a policy change that happens, obviously that really affects the developer, and their financials get spoiled. So I think that is something which needs to be worked out. And obviously financing is another issue. So financing, and so that challenge continues. So that is also one of the big factors.
Yeah, sure. I would say that there was a really good discussion happened in the previous session, which I attended on the financing, and some of the points have been addressed there. So we talked about the large scale renewable projects, and moving on to the small scale now, we have Dr. Clementine, and congratulations Clementine on closing the round of seed funding for $1 million USD by Schneider Electric. I read it about it I think it is a very recent update. So you are working at the very grassroots level and helping rural areas in getting access to renewable energy and having those certain agriculture applications on the renewable energy. So how do you see the response from the community for such projects, Clementine?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Netra, for the shout out. And yes, so just first of all, yeah, thanks for the opportunity to be here. And I'll just briefly reintroduce what we are actually working on. So what Urja Development Solutions is doing is, so we're a mission-driven company. We operate in rural parts of the country. Right now we're focusing on northern states. And we work in the off-grid decentralized solar sector. And specifically what we have been focusing on is getting access to solar technology in the agriculture sector. So if you look at the user profiles, around 87% of farmers are small and marginal. And they're still very dependent on fossil fuels. And this is actually one of the big contributors to, the agriculture-related greenhouse gas emissions is this use of diesel fuel, which is used mostly in the primary stages of agriculture. So for things like irrigation, and then for things like agro-processing, post-harvest processing, and then across the agricultural value chain. So what we're doing is we're working in these areas where farmers are reliant on these diesel motors, mostly for irrigation, and we're providing them solar technology as an alternative. But now the challenge is, even though solar costs have come down by about 80% in the last few years, but they're still not affordable to the majority of smallholder farmers. And that's despite the fact that there is capital subsidy, for example, through the Kusum scheme, where farmers can get between 60 and 90% of the capital cost of, for example, a solar pump can be availed through this scheme. But that leaves the 10% upfront cost, which they have to bear. And if you take a typical example of a 1 HP solar pump, so that's sufficient to irrigate a few acres of land, already bigger than the average land holding of at least the farmers we work with tends to be less than an acre. You're looking at least an upfront capital cost of around 10,000 rupees. So it doesn't sound, huge, but that's already a major upfront cost barrier that most farmers can't bear. So this is the problem we're addressing, is the high upfront cost barrier. And if we don't overcome that, then even though we have, myriads of technologies that are available to solve the climate crisis, they won't be adopted by the people who really need them. And we won't make any progress both on our climate targets, but also on other targets, because we have to remember that access to energy is fundamental for powering jobs. It's fundamental for, promoting livelihoods. And that means, for better quality of life as well. So what we've been doing is turning solar into a service where, our company invests in infrastructure and then we make it available to farmers on a pay-per-use business model. And we're seeing really good results. So, just on that, staying on the solar pump as an example, if a farmer moves from a diesel-based pump to a solar pump, they can really reduce their cost of irrigation by around half. And that 50% reduction, they can, that's a direct input saving. Then they can also irrigate more reliably, they can increase their crop yields, and it provides them a more predictable source of income. It also builds resilience to, climate disasters and helps farmers actually adapt to the effects of climate change. So yeah, the response has been very positive. We're working with about 3,500 people at the moment who we've been able to reach through about 35 decentralized solar projects. And we found that this, our model actually relies on employing people from the villages who we train as operators. So that also creates local employment. And during the first and the second lockdowns, we've been able to actually employ returning migrant laborers as our operators. So yeah, this last mile job creation, I think, is another aspect of, solar technology that can create a lot of change. And just finally wanted to add that we're also seeing it as an avenue for pushing up the economic participation of women, because around 80% of that economically active women in India are in the agriculture sector. So if we can develop their skills and help them become part of this solar, technology and the operations and maintenance of that, we can create extra income for them and their families, and that will have an even more widespread impact.
Yeah, this is really important to have that local buy-in from the community for such projects, because these projects would be in a remote location. So unless you have that interest from the local community and they really see that unless their own involvement is there, I guess it will be difficult to have successful implementation of such projects. And you talked about women involvement. So I would like to also share one quick experience of ours that we have actually installed one smaller microgrid based project for the tur dal milling in Jharkhand, and it is creating that local employment with the women. And important, I mean, the way women are involved and taking the interest and showing the initiative to come forward and get trained for that, that is really impressive. So talking about the new technology, then these solar projects, are these with the energy storage technologies? Do you use lead acid batteries for the with the solar panels? Could you talk a little bit about that as well?
Sure, yeah. So it depends on the application. In the case of the work we're doing, like I said, it's solar for agriculture. So we focus on 3 different verticals at the moment. One of them is irrigation. So the others are solar milling, and the third is solar cooling. So in the first 2, which are more technologically mature, so solar pumps are pretty mature, these are directly powered by solar, and there's no storage component there. So there's no lead acid battery required. It's just a PV array, obviously mounted, ground mounted, and then either submersible or a surface pump. If we were to add storage in that kind of situation, it would just increase the cost of the installation, which, like I mentioned, is already a big barrier, and increase the cost of irrigation, obviously. So, that's not actually commonly done. What you would see is storage of water. So you might have a storage tank, and then that could be distributed. On the milling side of things, so there again, it depends. In our systems, we don't actually use storage either for the milling. So it's powered by the sun when the sunlight is available. Now again, it's a cost, and it's a techno-economic question whether you want to add storage and then increase the levelized electricity costs that you get, and whether that still becomes economically attractive. Then you have to look at the cost of milling, the alternative cost of milling from diesel, for example, and then compare it. In our case, again, we've chosen not to. And where we have used storage is in solar cooling. So there we've been working with manufacturers that actually have phase change materials. So you actually have thermal storage, not electrical storage. So that these are systems that are actually hybrid, like they have power from solar, but they also have backup power from the grid. And then that's used for, there's a thermal storage there so that when neither source is available, then you're still able to get cooling power. And that also minimizes the environmental footprint, because as we know, lead acid batteries are, not ideal at all from an environmental perspective. We've also been trying to move towards alternative storage technologies as well, where they are required, and definitely trying to minimize the storage capacity in our systems.
Definitely. So as we are talking about decarbonization and this environmental benefit, we have to also keep track of the cost of the technology and how exactly it can be implemented for various applications. So actually moving forward with this, we can touch upon another technology. So Mr. Jaideep, you are co-founder of Solar Thermal Association, and although we see a lot of discussions around solar PV, solar thermal is very less talked about. So could you provide more insights on the system and their applications here?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to the audience and the organizers for providing this opportunity. I am Jaideep Malviya, the founder of the Solar Thermal Federation of India, which is now a 12-year-old body, and I am also the Secretary General. As rightly pointed out by Dr. Netra, today solar PV has taken the center stage, where, there's a other part of the solar also, solar thermal, which has perhaps been forgotten. But just for the benefit of all the audience, that India today is the 3rd largest solar thermal market, where, we should pat on our back. And let me tell you that there was only one target announced when the first national solar mission was announced in the year 2010 to achieve 20 million square meter by the year 2020. But we achieved much faster than that. In fact, we achieved it 2 years back. And see, solar thermal has a direct relationship with your carbon footprint, because eventually it helps abate your fossil fuel when we talk of generating heat through solar thermal. There were 2 major programs that led to a kind of, I would say, revolution in India. One was by the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, on accelerating solar water heaters, and then subsequently the solar thermal in industries. And after that, UNIDO came with another program with some kind of an interest subvention, providing low-cost financing to industries who look to adopt concentrated solar thermal systems. So these two programs did provide sufficient impetus to this sector. However, you see, today, if you talk of solar thermal as far as India is concerned, we are the second largest solar water heater market, which is largely used in the residential and domestic sector. And believe me, it has hugely benefited the electric utility companies as demand side management. Unfortunately, it has perhaps been ignored by the policy makers. It could have been done mandatory all over the country, barring few states where they made it to address this demand side management situation to improve the power scenario. As far as the industries is concerned, India is amongst the top 10 industrialized countries. And for your information, 70% of our industrial heating is based on fossil fuel, which we are importing. And that needs to be given a serious thought. Just the way, the government thought of, go to electric mobility, because that's the second sector which ends up consuming fossil fuel. Let me tell you, it's not transport, it's the industry still which consumes the highest amount of fuel. And today, for the government, the highest burden is, import of fuel. I'm sure there is a huge potential in India. We did a couple of studies, equivalent to some 6.5 gigawatt thermal is the potential in industries to meet heating up to 150 degrees, right? And recently we completed one study funded by the German government. The project was called as Solar Payback, wherein the study required to identify those industry segments where solar thermal heating can start off. And then subsequently it can percolate down. So we identified, the dairy processing. India is, world's largest dairy processing, by the way, in the world. We have a target of 108 million metric tons of dairy processing. And at multiple processes, dairy ends up using heat. And here is where we can meet our, whatever, you can say the INDC we have set up just through solar thermal, integrated nationally determined contribution. Of course, solar PV is greatly contributing, followed by wind. But that's one sector, followed by, food processing, pharmaceuticals, and textiles, and brewery, and then automobile component. So there is huge potential. It needs probably more awareness in industries. Of course, the domestic sector has realized the advantage of solar heating. Let's not resort to solar PV heating. Often people think, I use electrical form of heating, so can't my PV meet? And that's where, probably some confusion has been created yet. So we are a country where traditionally, practically every Indian takes a hot water bath. And I'm sure that it could be in a sustainable form. The technologies today are pretty much affordable. They pay back within 2 years. You don't need any subsidies, nothing. So that's it as far as solar thermal is concerned. Unless I'll come back later. Want on the circular economy later then.
Yeah. So thanks for throwing more light on this solar thermal, and it is interested to know the potential you talked about is around 6 gigawatt in India, and I think very little has been tapped so far. And you briefly mentioned about different industry segments where it can play a role. Now, on that front, coming to the next topic kind of a thing, where a lot of real estate developers, having the independent buildings, maybe from the request from the multinational companies, they're willing to go for the green building. And there is a green building initiative by CII, and there are a lot of things happening. So could you talk a little bit about how exactly buildings can go for that green building kind of status, and should it be from the start, or even the existing buildings can go for green building status?
Okay, good question. See, the Energy Conservation Building Code, which was drafted first in the year 2012, followed by amendment in 2017, and the last amendment was in 2019. It very clearly stated that 20% of the energy needs must come through sustainable sources. Now, every building cannot have a wind, right? A bio could be an option, but the most attractive and probably the most easiest is the solar energy sector. And within that also, they had mentioned that the heating needs must be met through solar thermal. Okay, now having said that, a Green Building Council already exists, and it requires some kind of, I believe, a further education on this, because people are caught in two minds. You know, if I have to declare my building green, have I to first consider solar photovoltaic, or I should also have a solar thermal component in that? Right? As far as that is concerned, if I've answered, yes, green building is possible, but let's not think of having 100%. It starts right from the architect, I would put. I'm very sorry to say, but I blame the architects. They are not following the norms that facilitate buildings to have solar systems put on them. Because, you know, these have to be in a particular direction to capture maximum sunlight. They have to be shadow free. And unfortunately, you know, these design considerations are not taken in mind. And as a result, what happens, you know, if a building has to go to be rated as a green building, they cannot fulfill it. Then you have the other option of using passive structures. Of course, you can do that. But certainly, you know, I feel that the starting point or the foundation are the architects. They need to be told about it. If they can start implementing the designs that facilitate any solar system, I'm sure we will be able to achieve the green building targets.
Sure. And talking about this sustainable energy share of 20%, so many multinational companies even do have that RE100 kind of a vision and target. And I would like to add to that, in India right now, the open access eligibility for consumers has been 1 megawatt contract demand. But the recent green energy open access draft talks about even 100 kilowatt contract demand consumer can go for the green energy, and that way they can avail the green energy consumption. And there will be some more clarity required, but we are on that right path to have a lot of green energy available even for the commercial industrial segment. So we have been touching upon this large-scale projects and even rural electrification from the green sustainable energy. We talked about this commercial industrial consumers, but net zero is a very vast subject, and internationally it has been looked at in a different way. So I would like to invite Mr. Hemant Malya, and Hemant, you are working specifically on industrial decarbonization. So talk about the big picture of the net zero movement and what are those global practices that are being considered for net zero targets and net zero status.
Sure. Thank you, Netra, and good afternoon to everyone. Thanks for having me on the panel. I think net zero is the buzzword that we should be talking about. COP is right about to get started. As of today, I would say about 130 odd countries have signed on to net zero. And just for those who are uninitiated into the terminology, net zero doesn't mean that you have zero emissions. Net zero means that on a net basis, even if you have some amount of emissions, they are offset by some kind of sink, be it your own facility or somewhere else. So that's the concept of net zero. So about 130 countries have already signed up for net zero. They have made some commitments that they will reach net zero usually around 2050 is the most talked about year, but China is going as far as 2060. And now these 130 odd countries represent about 70 to 75% of the total global emissions, right? And so it might sound like a very promising next step. However, if you unpack the announcements a little bit, you'll find that very few countries have actually taken the next step of formulating the policy into some kind of regulatory requirement, right? So the UK has done it, Sweden has done it, but the big emitters like the US and China have only made policy announcements. There are no roadmaps. There are no specific regulatory measures to actually achieve net zero. So that's significant, because I think it's important to understand some of the legacy commitments that have come in the past, and that's where we find ourselves in the global conversation as far as net zero is concerned. So what CW has done is we have analyzed the Kyoto Protocol commitments and the subsequent Doha Agreement commitments, and what we have found is, if you look at the developed world, the target was somewhere around 18% reduction, but then what was actually achieved was only 15%. But if you unpack it further, you'll find that of the developed countries that have achieved 15%, roughly reductions from the 1990, emission levels, and then you take out the former Soviet Union countries, the net reductions from the remainder of the developed world has been a meager 3.7%. So from the 1990 levels, the developed world has only reduced about 3.7% emissions. Now that's very important, because that's the backdrop, that's the trust deficit and the credibility, or rather the lack of credibility, that we are going into COP26. And that's where net zero stands as of today and where India finds itself. Having said that, what is different from what has been in the past is industry has started making commitments on their own. So in the past, it was up to the countries to formulate mechanisms which will result in those reductions. But it's now the industry that is taking the lead, and therefore the possibility of action and credible reduction is much higher because of the industry participation. Now, having said all of that, if you look at India perspective, we can actually look at net zero as a strategic opportunity because most of our energy is imported. We import 85% of our crude oil, 55% of our natural gas, and about 25% of our coal. So if you look at 2019-20, we imported about $140 odd billion worth of energy. So from our perspective, it's actually a strategic advantage to look at green energy and not get distracted by the net zero commitment necessarily. Of course, there are huge challenges, but that's kind of the context in terms of net zero that we are looking at.
Yeah, sure. And as you rightly say, India can look at it as an opportunity where we can focus heavily on the green energy, which can ultimately reduce our import, and that way we are moving a step ahead towards the sustainability and reducing emissions. You briefly talked about industry taking initiatives. Even the nations are not yet ready on a national level. So in the Indian context, if any multinational company or any organization is willing to go for the net zero path, so what is that first step to actually benchmark? What is their footprint? So can you talk a little bit about how this footprint is calculated for any organization?
Sure. And I must say one thing that we don't believe that decarbonization is a binary. Because often the discussion goes between either you are an emitter or you have committed to net zero. But we feel that there are many incremental steps that can be taken that can achieve net zero in the longer run. But the thought process has to change, because then you can't plan for it accordingly. Now, having said that, to achieve incremental emissions, it's important to understand where the emissions are coming from. You can't manage what you can't measure. That's kind of the basis on which reductions can happen. So in India, in the past, inventories have not been a very common practice. much of the assessment on how much we emit has been based on how much fuel is overall consumed. Now, that's an easy metric to begin with, but that's not very helpful when you have to plan reductions. And there we need to understand where are the emissions coming from at a process and equipment level, because it's only then that you'll be able to identify mitigation options and deploy them, to effectively reduce emissions. Now, as far as benchmarking is concerned, I think, the BE has done a little bit of a benchmarking, and I say little bit because the primary focus has been the PAT scheme, perform, achieve and trade. But those, facilities that were a part of PAT have been the large facilities, but much of the energy is also consumed in the small, medium enterprises. In fact, SMEs consume about 30% of all the industrial energy. So therefore, there is a lack of understanding of where the emissions are coming from. And we could always use international benchmarks, which is what is commonly done. However, that's not very effective because, technologically we may not be in the same place, as well as, the type of energy we consume, right? So for example, the cement industry in India, consumes a lot of petcoke, but, if we were to use a US benchmark, which uses a lot of, natural gas as well, the comparison wouldn't be apples to apples. So it's not very effective. So I think the first step is, inventory development. And there are several protocols out there, some really good ones at a national level. For example, the US, EPA greenhouse gas reporting program, which has very prescriptive measures on calculating or measuring emissions at a process and equipment level. So, companies can always utilize those protocols. And then there is something that we have been already doing, not so much on the greenhouse gas emission space, but more on the air pollution space, where the Central Pollution Control Board requires several industries to install continuous emission monitoring systems on their stacks. So those SEMs already exist, and a little bit of an upgrade and tweaking would allow you to actually measure emissions that are coming from your facilities, and those are fairly accurate. So those are mechanisms that can be used. Of course, like I said, there are international benchmarks that can be used to at least get started.
Sure. Yeah. So we will come back to again this topic later, but again going at the start that about the renewable energy penetration in India. So although we have 100 gigawatt installed capacity right now, our in terms of energy share, renewable energy is only 12 to 13%. And although having must-run status, renewable projects are facing some problems with curtailment. So I would like to again invite Prashant to talk about what are the challenges in terms of operating renewable projects, and how do you see how we can fast track that share of renewable energy in terms of energy in the mix of India's grid.
So currently the renewable energy share is around 20%, and solar share is only 6% of our total energy produced, which is very low. And in the focus on renewable energy now is to increase that share at least to 50%, and solar has to play a big part there. I think the most important part to increase that is, and to decrease our dependence on thermal. And what government has already done is that new thermal, not coal, not solar thermal, but coal based projects which I'm talking of. Government has already started, no new projects are being announced for coal thermal. So now we have to move towards renewable, and I think the first and most important is that manufacturing has to happen in India, because we have too much of dependence on China. So that is first and foremost, and the government has already started that PLI scheme and basic custom duty also, and ALMM. These are some of the steps which have been taken by the government to promote manufacturing. So once you manufacture in India, obviously, you're not, as of now, what has been happening is more 90% of the solar has been coming from China. So we are basically running Chinese industry based on the renewable success which we have been building in India. So I think that is one and the foremost. And the other is the policies have to be clearly ironed out. Now that these policies have come in, but still the policy implementation on ground has not been at that pace which should have been should have been done. So adoption of renewable energy will happen based on how these policies get implemented. Apart from that, utility scale projects, if we see, India wanted to do 100 gigawatt, only 50 gigawatt has happened by 2022. So we are still a large gap is there between what was announced and what has been implemented. But if we see, most of it has actually come from utility scale projects. So rooftop had share of 40% and utility was 60%, but 40% rooftop has not happened. And so that 40% rooftop or 40 gigawatt rooftop actually has only 4 gigawatt has happened. So a lot of potential on rooftop is there. I think proper education also is not there. People are not aware that solar is one of the cheapest form of energy now, power, and there has been a lot of policy changes, CEIG approval, net metering, gross metering, and all those. Every state has been running their own policies, and a lot of bureaucracy has also played its part in slowness of the implementation of that. There have been some for example, Kusum scheme for rural, be it component A, component B, component C, pumps and all that, which is part of Kusum scheme, is a very good step. But on the ground, installation has not happened because those projects have not been, they are not in, banks are not ready to fund those kind of projects. So I think all of these needs to be ironed out properly, and that's how renewable share will increase. Apart from that, currently, though solar share is only 6%, but per capita energy consumption in India is lowest, one of the lowest in the world. We are per capita energy, we are not even consuming 1,000 units compared to China is 5,000 units. US is 12,000 units per person. So we have, one is to increase share, but itself the pie is going to become much, much larger. So we are, as the country is developing, our energy needs are going to go up by 4 to 5%, 4 to 5 times in next 10 years, which is also huge. So renewable energy has to play a big part. So well supported by, things on the ground.
Sure. Yeah, and as we are talking about this huge penetration of renewable energy, I would like to also touch upon the point that at the end of the day, it is an intermittent energy. So when we are complaining that DISCOMs are not signing the PPAs, because there is some difficulty for the state load dispatch centers to schedule that energy, how to balance that generation and demand. That is one point. And although solar has a great potential, solar is available only during the daytime. So if we want to move that solar to the evening peak hours where the demand is also high and the tariff is also high. So in terms of, as we are talking about the new technologies in this session, I would like to touch upon this energy storage, because energy storage is going to play a critical role not only on the generation side, but also on the distribution side. While we are talking about the behind the meter rooftop solar projects, where again, why DISCOMs are hesitant with the net metering, because they are absorbing that energy when they do not need it. So how to tackle that situation? So having the right size energy storage technologies at the generation, distribution, which is going to also help in the ancillary services, frequency management. So I think definitely it is going to help grow renewable faster in India, and with the current development from the Ministry of Power, we are at the right track. DHI has also announced PLI scheme for advanced chemistry cell manufacturing in India. So PLI scheme for solar as well as ACC manufacturing, if they go hand in hand, eventually in near term, India can be at the much better state in terms of dependency on the foreign fuel. Now, again, moving to Clementine, although we talked about a lot of big projects, as you rightly said, even on the agriculture side or remote rural side, the projects are very small in size. They are very large in numbers. So ultimately, the impact is going to be considerable. So for your organization, what is the outlook for you for maybe by 2025?
Good question. So, I mean, I guess, we're looking at the agriculture sector, we have an energy focused lens at the moment, but we're looking more at our impact in terms of transforming the agriculture sector, which of course has a huge contribution to greenhouse gas emissions. I think about 18% of India's greenhouse gas emissions are from the agriculture sector. But it's also a sector that's hugely impacted by climate change already today. I mean, I don't need to tell you how disrupted, climate patterns have already become. And of course, that's, having an impact on farmers. It's also going to have more and more of an impact, very worryingly, on crop yields at a time when we need to actually be increasing the output per, unit of land, but without further, worsening the environmental impact that the agriculture sector already has. So, I mean, there's a lot of things that we can say about this, but to sort of be a bit succinct here, if you look more generally at the agriculture sector, I believe that a lot of the emissions actually come again from this primary stage and from a few different things. One is from, overuse of fertilizer, which is, hugely polluting, but also, obviously very energy intensive to produce. Then it's to do with the way that we manage soil and the way that we manage land. So, and then the third is to do with, the excessive uses of groundwater as well, which has an impact for the fossil fuel side of things, but also, of course, for the groundwater levels. So I believe even if we could, address those three issues, the fertilizer, and then move towards zero tillage or similar techniques and manage how much water we use, especially for paddy, that would already have a big impact on reducing the greenhouse gas emissions from the agriculture sector. And I think it's important to emphasize as well that moving towards sustainable agriculture doesn't only come from new technologies like solar, for example, but also from, traditional or ancestral techniques that farmers used to do or already know about but have moved away from. So, for example, using local resources in agriculture instead of excessively relying on chemical inputs, for example, through zero budget natural farming, that is one way that farmers can, move towards sustainable agriculture. So how do we actually achieve that? How do we achieve this transformation without, impacting the crop yields and without increasing the carbon intensity of agriculture? I think the key is to do with enhancing the knowledge and the skill that farmers have, because if they are equipped with the right knowledge, the right services, access to goods, then they can do this for themselves, because obviously they have their own vested interest in increasing their own crop yields, and that will have an impact, on the carbon side of things as well. So as always, because we're also talking about a population, in the case of small and marginal farmers who make up most of the farming population, who are very economically vulnerable, so we can't just look at climate change, and net zero emissions through that. I mean, we have to take a much more holistic approach than that. So what we, our organization, Uja, are aiming to do, the part we want to play is to become a platform that can provide farmers with the essential agricultural services that they need to increase their income and also their quality of life. So we're doing that first through an energy lens, but we will then also try to expand our portfolio and bring other services on board, some of which may be digital, some of which may be offline, to provide them with the knowledge and the goods that they need to be able to do that.
Yeah, and that is very important. And I'm curious to know, Clementine, in which states your projects are right now, I mean, which states you are focusing on right now?
So as I said, we're focusing on the areas where farmers are most reliant on diesel for groundwater consumption, but also for milling. So we're working in the weak grid states, mostly right at the moment we're in Uttar Pradesh and in Bihar, but we see this. We want to scale in other in eastern states as well, where farmers have similar reliance on fossil fuel. So there's a few different factors that we use to select the geography. Some of which are geographical, some of which are more related to the type of farmer profiles as well, because we specifically target small and marginal farmers, and some are to do with their energy consumption patterns.
Good to know. Moving next, as we are talking about a lot of renewables, and solar PV has a kind of a already big scale of installations in India, and will be coming up with more and more solar PV projects in India. So I will come to Jaideep talking about kind of a circular economy that you promote that topic pretty much, and that is important because as we are, a lot of solar projects are already at the age of 10 right now in India, and going forward in maybe in next 5 years, there will be a lot of such sites where solar panels will be up for the replacement. So how do you see the role of recycling activities playing role in this net zero equation?
That is going to be a $1 million business in future. Take my word, you rightly put it up. Before that, there are two things I just want to touch upon. One is, that perhaps also we are ignoring the energy efficiency part. We are talking a lot of renewables as far as net zero or achieving zero emissions are concerned. I think that portion has been rather sidetracked. Just if we take a couple of years back, energy efficiency was more thrust upon. If we even do that, I'm sure we will be able to increase our renewable energy component if our practices are best. I just thought I'll share on that. As far as the rooftop is concerned, I fully agree with Dr. Prashant Mathur, but let me tell you that, the intent was there to achieve this much amount of rooftop, whatever, 40 gigawatt or something, but it need not necessarily we should chase that, because as grid connected solar power is becoming cheaper, what we foresee is, or rather I foresee is that, rooftop may not become too attractive option. It would only be that, yes, you can offset certain amount of your own power, individual, for which they may attract. Now, just this observation, but having said that, yes, you see, as it was pointed out that we as a country are largely dependent on a neighboring country as far as the inventory is concerned. Largely it comes from there. Now the government has already shown intent under PLI to go Atmanirbhar, which will require huge amount of metals to be extracted if we have to. Correct. Now, one of the options which we can fulfill is, why not reuse the solar energy assets which will achieve the end of their life by reclaiming all the components within, whether we talk of the aluminium, the glass, and then of course, these two almost constitute 80% by weight. And then there are, of course, silicon, silver, copper, and whatnot. And it's doable. These are challenges. Now, what probably is happening, globally, they are insisting on solar recycling more from the environment point of view. All right. It is rather, more prudent if we say that, can we reclaim the materials so that we reduce our dependency and reduce the mining, thus address the carbon footprint. So I'm sure that recycling is going to become a huge business in future. The other aspect to that is that, as a country, we do not have sufficient resources. Still, we have to import, whether you talk of copper or even, the aluminium. So here is something that we can reduce our dependency on import if we reclaim back these components. The challenges are definitely there. A lot of R&D needs to be done. The government needs to focus on it. And we are sure that almost 95% of these components can be recovered. The policy has to be there in place. Unfortunately, there's no policy on end producer responsibility, the EPR we are talking of. If we can have that in place, then why not? Even, in the storage part, the batteries can be recycled, the inverters, of course, batteries under waste management, inverters form part of the electronic waste management. Unfortunately, there's nothing for the solar panel, and this is going to create huge jobs. And the challenges ahead, how we recycle these equipment without damaging the environment. So certainly, this lays the foundation for a future prospects of new business.
Sure. Thank you for pointing this new opportunity. And as we are at the kind of end of the session, I would like to go to Hemant and again ask him to briefly touch upon the green hydrogen part of the energy system in terms of when we are talking about the net zero. Because although electricity played certain portion of the overall energy, there is another sector where green hydrogen is going to play bigger role in manufacturing or petrochemical agriculture as well. So Hemant, over to you.
Sure. So, green hydrogen definitely is promising in India. If you look at green hydrogen or hydrogen in general, there are two pathways that we can talk about. First is, where the hydrogen is being used in legacy processes, and primarily there are three, so refineries, fertilizers, and methanol production, they all use hydrogen as feedstock. So all you have to do is replace the gray hydrogen with green hydrogen, the easiest to done, supposedly. And so we are looking at around 5.6 million tons of potential there as far as legacy hydrogen is concerned. And then of course there are upcoming areas where hydrogen might find some utility. Of course there is the mobility space. So we estimate that around 24,000 vehicles might be on the roads in the next decade or so, primarily in the heavy duty vehicle space, and some of it in light duty. But the volumes there aren't significant. And then of course, natural gas blending. So something that is being talked about in the natural gas based economies, something that we can explore as well. In fact, I think the government has indicated interest. NTPC is going to try out blending in Gujarat. So there are opportunities there for blending, but there are limitations there because the infrastructure that we have for natural gas today cannot handle more than 15-20% blend of hydrogen. It requires a different grade of steel or a specialized lining, which we don't have right now. And then of course there is the steel industry. So primarily today steel is made using coal, but there is potential to replace about 15-20% of the energy in in the process with green hydrogen. So there are these opportunities. We think around 10 million tons per annum is possible in the next decade. But having said that, there are several challenges as well, and I think Jaideep touched upon it briefly. So if you have to manufacture electrolyzers, we do need critical minerals. We need the iridiums and the platinums of the world, which we don't have access to. Technology is also constrained. A certain kind of electrolyzer known as PEM, proton exchange membrane. 40% of the cost of a PEM electrolyzer comes from a membrane that is made only by one company, DuPont, in the world. And so there aren't any alternatives as of now. So technology is also constrained. And finally, resources by itself, right? So if we talk about resources, it means land, it means water, it means how much capacity of renewables can we deploy. So just to give you a sense of scale that is required, let's say if we have to replace the 110 million tons of steel that we produce annually, in the more recent years, if we have to green it all using green hydrogen-based green steel, we would need about 265 gigawatts of solar capacity, water equivalent to 7% of Gujarat's consumption, also actually 16% of Gujarat's water consumption, and 7% of Gujarat's land. So that's only for steel. If you have to then decarbonize the other sectors, you're looking at literally thousands of gigawatts of renewable energy. So although it's a promising opportunity, it has to be seen as a part of the solution, not the be all end all, silver bullet. And then finally, there is the finance aspect. Again, going back to the steel example, if you have to make all of our steel green, we are looking at a capex of around $330 billion. And that's only the existing capacity. We intend to double our steel capacity in the next decade. So again, $1 trillion+ of investment. Where is the finance going to come from? And this is something that will be seen globally. It's not just us who are trying to decarbonize. It's a global phenomenon. So capital definitely is going to be a big challenge as far as green hydrogen economy is concerned. So some promises, but if done well, certain areas will have more opportunities than others.
Sure. Thank you for sharing all those details, and all those numbers are really astonishing. But I would say, instead of getting overwhelmed by the numbers at the kind of 100%, maybe we can definitely go step by step. And Niti Aayog, I know, have very much have focus on working on this green hydrogen mission, and eventually we will go there step by step. And this net zero is very challenging, but it is at the same time important. Climate change is real, and it is definitely time to take action. And as an industry, as an energy, transportation or manufacturing, these kind of industries should definitely start taking those steps immediately, so that we can go eventually reach to certain point. So any final comments, or I would like to ask organizers, are there any questions for the panel? So, as I said that although there could be long-term goals, we should think about the short-term goals as well, and make sure we achieve and move forward with this net zero, decarbonization, sustainability aspects in every way. So thank you, and back to you, Amrita.
Thank you, everyone.
I thank our panel members for taking out time from their busy schedule to enlighten us with industry insights. Thank you. I would like to once again wholeheartedly thank all our speakers, participants and partners, presenting partner Schneider Electric, data and analytics partner Definitive, and environment partner EKI Energy Services Limited, who have joined this virtual summit and made it a successful one. I am sure the deliberations were extremely insightful to each one of you. I would like to take a moment to let our wonderful audience know about the 11th edition of Construction Week India Awards.